is why I live and what I breathe for. To love you, Jesus. To love you, Jesus, is why I live and what I breathe for. To love you, Jesus. To love you, Jesus, is why I live. More than gold, you're the treasure I behold. More than the beauty of this world, I love you, Lord. Oh, the comfort of this life means nothing to be by your side. Oh, I love you, Jesus. I love you, Jesus, is why I live and what I breathe for. Oh, the pleasures. You have my yes. Oh, the plea by your side. I love you.
As a people with one song, with one voice, we're a nation undivided and voice. We will take a stand and build our land in faith to defend what is ours. Here we are as a people with one heart for one cause. Cry yourself to sleep, 'cause no ordinary father will come home after 3 a.m. that is. So let us have a world of ordinary people if we have a world of ordinary people, extraordinary things. Oh, ordinary people living life the way God wants us to. And if we have a world of ordinary people, extraordinary things. Let us have a world of ordinary people. Oh, if we have a world, if we have a world, yeah, extraordinary things. La 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 la. If we have a world, yeah, extraordinary things
Good morning, everyone,
happen
once
to
again.
me.
Good morning, everyone, once again. Please, let's ensure to remain seated while we wait for the start of the program, please. Let's ensure we remain seated while we wait for the start of the program. Thank you very much.
Oh, how beautiful it is to see you moving. Oh, how beautiful it is to see you move. You've poured out your spirit on every heart. You sent forth your word, and it's come to pass. What our fathers and mothers could only foretaste is now in our lifetime. The order of day, eyes are unveiling, hearts are aligning, dead bones are rising, His spirit is moving, eyes are unveiling, hearts are aligning, dead dreams are rising. His spirit is moving. He's breaking addictions and breaking religions. His spirit is moving. His spirit is freedom. Eyes are aligning. Dead bones are rising. His spirit is moving. His spirit is freedom. He's breaking tradition and said it, he has done it. He's breaking addictions, yes, and breaking religion, yes. His spirit is freedom. His spirit is moving. So yes and amen. Yes and amen, amen, amen. Yes and amen, amen. Yes and amen, amen. You've poured out your spirit on every heart. You've sent forth your word, and it's come to pass. What our fathers and mothers could only foretaste is now in our lifetime the order of day. Just receive, just receive. You can just receive. You can just receive. Just receive. Just receive. You can just receive. You can just receive.
You are rebuilding the ruined walls. You are reclaiming your design. You descend as fire to purify. You are reclaiming your words. You prune as the thistles and the thorns fall away, so we may produce good fruit.
above my flesh. I love you, Jesus. You have my yes. Oh, I love you, Jesus. Above my flesh. I love you, Jesus. You have my yes. Oh, the pleasures of this life is nothing to be by your side. I love you, Jesus. I love you, Jesus. You're why I live, and you're what I breathe for. I love you, Jesus. I love you, Jesus.
I need to know your heart, oh God. I need to understand your ways, oh God. And my will may be swallowed in yours, and my ways may be swallowed up in yours. I need to know your heart, oh God. I need to understand your ways, oh God. That my will may be swallowed in yours. My ways may be swallowed up in yours.
morning, distinguished guests, leading minds in technology, esteemed members of the management, in person of the Deputy Vice Chancellor seated, Vice Chancellor in absentia, the Registrar, the Librarian, and the Deans of faculties seated and in absentia. On behalf of the team behind this great event, once again, good morning and a warm welcome to the 2026 AI Summit. Please, can we give ourselves a round of applause?
Today we stand up. Please let's recognize the presence of our Vice Chancellor. Please let's give ourselves a round of applause. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Now, welcome to this great event, sir. Yes, sir. Please let's have our seats. Today we stand at a fascinating crossroad in human history. You see, for centuries we've asked ourselves what AI could do for us. But today we ask, what can we do with artificial intelligence? Beyond human thinking isn't just a catchy phrase. It is an invitation to the uncharted territories of hybrid intelligence, ethics, and innovation. My name is Eunice Eze, and I like to call myself the architect of legacy, because I believe with your own hands you build and create what will last for 100 years in your name. And standing beside me is
Joy Ayodele, and we are the co-compares of the AI Summit 2026. Thank you very much. So before we take the formal step, we actually ran a diagnostic check on the crowd earlier. I'm sure some of you were already seated when we did that. So we want to update the organic intelligence in the room. So look at the person beside you, to your left and to your right, and give them what we call a bio-digital handshake. A firm grip, a smile, and tell them, my cognitive capacity is ready for upgrade today. Can we do that, please? My cognitive capacity is ready for upgrade today. A firm handshake, a beautiful smile, and my cognitive capacity is ready for today. Beautiful. That's very beautiful. Thank you very much. So our human network is officially activated as we begin the event today.
all right. To start our event properly, I'd like to invite the person of Miss Petra Adediran to lead us in the opening prayer, invoking wisdom as we deliberate on the future of creation and intellect. Please, Miss Petra.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, management. Good morning, everybody. Please let's close our eyes for prayer. Please let's close our eyes for prayers. Our Father in heaven, we thank you, Lord, for bringing us to this wonderful location. Thank you for how you have protected us, how you have preserved our lives, and how you glorify you in Jesus' name. Father, we commit this wonderful program into your hands. We ask that you take absolute control in Jesus' name. We ask that you empower everyone here, Lord, to be better people in their fields, and no one leaves here without being impacted in Jesus' name. Thank you for believing you take absolute control. For in Jesus' wonderful name we pray.
Thank you very much, Miss Petra. Please let's give ourselves a round of applause once again. To set the right tone for a day of vision and purpose, please stand as we take our national anthem, which will be followed immediately by the Anchor University anthem.
Please, I want to invite the DVC. Please, can you celebrate? Let's rise as we celebrate our daddy. Let's celebrate our daddy, please. Daddy, we want to practice. I want to personally practice something I've learned from you. While I was undergraduate, Daddy was zonal coordinator of DLCF, and I had the privilege to attend many zonal congresses. I remember Zenith, Focus, Purpose, a number of them. And Daddy happened to be like a grand mentor to me because Daddy mentored my own mentor. And we have learned a lot from you. I know many of you see the things we do in the institute is all because of the support of Daddy and all members of management. And today we want to say thank you to Daddy on behalf of the Institute of Digital Humanities and Technologies and our board chairman, our DBC is our board chairman at IDHT, will be doing the presentation on our behalf.
Thank you very much. Now, this is an award of excellence. Excellence in leadership and mentorship, presented to the Vice Chancellor of Anchor University, Professor Samuel Oyebandele, in honor of your exceptional and visionary leadership. This award is presented in recognition of your unwavering commitment to academic excellence, institutional growth, and the mentorship of countless minds within and beyond the walls of Anchor University. Your guidance has shaped a generation of scholars, innovators, and leaders. Through your example, we have learned that true leadership is not merely about direction, but about inspiring others to rise to their fullest potential. On this occasion of the AI Summit 2026, we celebrate your role in fostering a culture of innovation, integrity, and excellence, a legacy that will continue to inspire long after this moment. With this deep respect and gratitude, presented this 11th day of July 2026.
Our deans and director of ICC, sir, can join.
I didn't know that I was going to win this. Go sit down, please. I brought my wife. So on behalf of my wife and children, I want to say that I'm very, very delighted to have this great award given to me, and I appreciate it so much. Why I want to appreciate it so much is that Concordia is my home because God led me to establish this digital humanity in this university. And this is going to be a reminder to me that is a unit now that is globally acceptable. We are doing already external exams, and most of the exams that are being done in UK before, things like that, in the fully will be done in this university. I just want to say, thank management that has supported me, without which all these things cannot happen. I emphasize the fact that students, please, we love you. Love us true. Love Anchor University. Let's work together for academic progress and for discipline and integrity. Thank you very much.
Can we rise as we celebrate our Vice Chancellor?
Please, let's. Thank you very much, sirs. An event of this magnitude is never a solitary effort. It is supported by the pillars of the university and community leaders who share our vision. We will now take a few brief goodwill messages from our administrative leaders who are driving change across various sectors. First, please let's welcome the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Anchor University in person of Professor Olushola Samuel Oyero. Please let's rise up and welcome him. You're welcome, sir. Please keep clapping till he stands here. Welcome, sir.
Please be seated. The Vice Chancellor and Registrar, University Librarian, Dean of Student Affairs, Dean of FBAMS, Director, ICT, ladies and gentlemen, great anchorites, good morning to every one of you. I'm so delighted to be here this morning to identify with the Institute of Digital Humanities for the great things happening in the Institute. I would like to commend the coordinator of the center, Dr. Mustafa, for his innovativeness and vision driving excellence in the center. He is a silent achiever, and so many great things has been happening through his leadership. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Mustafa. Thank you. Yes, I believe there is a lot in place for our students through today's occasion. And all I want to say is to enjoin you to join the train and make sure you take in every good thing that will be coming to you today. Ordinarily, one would have expected more students to be here. And then, as I look into the room, it appears as if today's event is only organized for only the girls. And I'm wondering, where are the boys? I pray God will touch the boys in Jesus' name. I always make reference to this news headline that came out a couple of years ago. It was in a competition, and the girls won all the awards. And the Punch newspaper reported in the headline says, girls are winning, boys are clapping. And I don't want to believe that the boys are to clap. So the girls, you might need to do evangelism for the boys, because well, in a way they will be your future husband, you know that. So I have passion for boys, and I think we should do something to because generally when it comes to tech, you usually have more boys in tech. So I'm just wondering, why do we hear about AI and all of that and they are not here? Well, maybe whatever you learn, you are going to teach them, and they will get on board. And so the truth is that AI has come to stay, and I've been a passive learner myself. I've also taken training in AI, and sincerely, I personally want to take in all that will be done today. Though I may not be able to stay all through, but thank God it's been recorded. I can go back and listen to the conversation and see what I will take in. Now, the world is not waiting for anybody. The world is moving forward. And irrespective of the discipline you find yourself, whether you are in nursing or in mass communication or in law or in biology or microbiology, you know, technology has a place. And so you need to identify what technology can do for you, and then how you can leverage on what technology has and leapfrog to be able to join the train and then get into the future so that you are not left behind. Because it's either you are in or you are left behind. I believe that today, those of you here, you are determined not to be left behind, and that is why you are here today. So I want to congratulate the center, and I want to enjoin you to get the best today. God bless you as you pay rapt attention to everything that will be done today. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, let's receive the University Librarian, Dr. Mrs. Bolanle Oluwayemisi Fabola. Please let's rise up and welcome her. Keep clapping as she comes to stage. Keep clapping. She's not yet here. You're welcome, ma.
morning, everyone. Let's be seated. I discovered that it's not only in Anchor, but in institutions in Nigeria, maybe abroad, the women are taking the lead. In professions, in careers, so I want to encourage you to keep it up. Don't join the bad girls. Let the fear of God be your guide, and the Lord will help you in Jesus' name. I also want to celebrate all of you for your passion for technology, for innovation and creativity. I just pray that you will not join the people doing crime, committing cyber crime, but this knowledge you are acquiring, the Lord will use it to open doors for you in Jesus' name. And you will excel in life, and you will be a shining star, a shining example in the community, whether in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, in Jesus' name. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. Next, let's receive the Registrar of Anchor University in person of Pastor Moses Olarinwaju Salami. Please, let's rise up as we come on stage. This is the Registrar we're clapping for. Please intensify your clap. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, let's have our seat. The Deputy Vice Chancellor, the University Librarian, the Deans of BAMS, Dean of Student Affairs, and the Director of ICT, and all our eminent staff that are here. Yes, we thank God for the meals. The coordinator of this digital humanities technology is a male. Am I correct? The Vice Chancellor of this university is a male. Am I correct? The DVC of this university, the registrar, and the bursar, they are males. Am I correct? Praise the Lord. So, the males, you are not doing too badly, but you need to improve. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here this morning. The coordinator of the center is one of my pastors in the Triumphant People's Fellowship. So I'm happy that he's making waves in this institution. I pray more victories, more wins. Now, I brought this bound copy. I typed through manual typewriter. I typed this in 1985. Long. I mean, you can see it's already worn out now. So, but I told one of my staff, please, I want you to retype this thing for me so that it can come out better. So, and I gave him, please type it for me. There are about 100 songs inside this. So you can imagine how many days it will take him to type it. The secretary now said, no, he doesn't have to type it. That through AI, he can bring it out. I said, please see the secretary and see how that can be done. Lo and behold, within few minutes, he just reproduced the thing for me like this. So it has taken very little time to do it, and it is errorless because what is here was what he even gave to me. So I now see that AI is a mechanism or a device or a technology that will make things very easy, faster, and better for us. For those of us who are in the analog age, maybe because of where we are coming from, our age, I want to challenge those of us who are just coming up. This is our time. And by this summit, we have a lot to benefit from. I wish you all the best as we take advantage of the period we are spending in this summit. Congratulations once again to the coordinator of this center. Since you got to this center, the impression we have in the management is that you have been doing wonderfully well, and God will continue to help you. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Please, can we rise and once more celebrate our registrar, Pastor Moses Olarinwaju Salami. Please celebrate. I want to see your hands. I want everyone to know that there are actually nobody who flies without feathers, and fathers are our feathers. I knew instances where I was supposed to take critical decisions, and I ran to him. Sometimes I'll run to the VC, and they would always counsel me aright. I'm a proof that in the multitude of good counsel, there is what? There's safety. So I want to celebrate the registrar. Sir, I want to invite our chairman of the board, the DVC. We have a special presentation in appreciation of the university registrar.
Yes, this is an award of high excellence in administration and leadership. It's presented to Pastor Moses Olarinwaju Salami. Please, let's be seated, please. Presented to Pastor Moses Olarinwaju Salami, Registrar, Anchor University, in recognition of your exemplary administrative leadership, meticulous stewardship, and unwavering dedication to the smooth and effective governance of Anchor University. Your diligence, integrity, quiet excellence behind the scenes have provided the structural strength upon which the university's growth and success are built. You have set a standard of order, professionalism, and service that inspires
Mr.
all who
Desmond
work along with you.
Desmond
On this occasion of the AI Summit, we honor your invaluable contributions to institutional excellence and your steadfast commitment to purposeful and principled service with
Mr.
sincere
Desmond Nebwe.
appreciation and respect.
Okay. Our deans and director of ICT.
On behalf of myself, my wife, and children, I want to profoundly appreciate this that you have given
Mr.
to
Desmond.
me. It's a thoughtful one, and I will keep it also in a conspicuous place.
Mr. Desmond Nebwe. Desmond Nebwe is
Greater
a
heights
digit.
for all of you. Amen.
All right.
Thank you very much, sir. To continue in giving the goodwill message, I would like to call on the Dean of Students Affairs in person of Dr. Emmanuel Sunday Joel. Please, can we give him a round of applause as he comes to the stage, please?
Good morning, everybody. I count it a great privilege to be here this morning. I want to thank the management, Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor, and Registrar, Liberia, and Bossa, and all my deans. First of all, I want to give thanks to God for the privilege to be alive and for giving me the opportunity to be acting in student affairs. It's an experience that I'm learning from different background, and it's also good that I'm also part of this AI Summit. when the idea came on board, I said, well, can go ahead. I was to support. I know that once I support, once I agreement with it, will definitely come. Whether a multitude, I know they will come. So I'm also happy for something I'm saying here today. Thank you for coming. And the Lord will be with you in Jesus' name. Not only that one, we are in 21st century. AI is another technology that you can use to help you as a student, particularly when you are doing your projects. Not only that, for your study, use it positively. I also know that some are using it negatively, but you take the advantage of what it offers and you enjoy it. And also to appreciate the coordinator and the DHS Institute for the privilege for coming up with this idea. And I pray the Lord will be with you and honor you in Jesus' name. Thank you so much and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. All right, please, I want to invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor and my own board chairman. Please, sir, can you step forward? And I also want to invite the registrar to help us make a presentation. Celebrate now. I want you to recognize that one of the reasons why many of you, when you do very well in DHS courses, you receive certificates, is because our board chairman has directed us to. Can you celebrate him? And it was in a board meeting that he gave us the mandate to hold this event. And for that reason, I want to celebrate my own board chairman and my DVC. But it's your own DVC. It's your DVC, it's our DVC, it's my own board chairman. So we want to celebrate you, sir. Thank you so much for how you have been of great support to the Institute of Digital Humanities. Please celebrate him one more time.
On behalf of the Vice Chancellor and Management and the Center of Digital Humanities and Technology, I present this Excellence Award in Board Leadership, presented to Professor Olushola Samuel Oyero, Deputy Vice Chancellor and Chairman, IDHT Board, Anchor University, Lagos. In recognition of your exceptional and strategic leadership as Chairman of the Institute of Digital Humanities and Technologies Board, and your distinguished service as Deputy Vice Chancellor of Anchor University. Your foresight in steering the vision of the Institute has positioned it as a beacon of innovation. Through your board leadership, sound judgment, and commitment to institutional excellence, you have guided the growth of an initiative that continues to shape scholarship and prepare minds for the digital future. On this occasion of AI Summit, we honor your dedication to advancing knowledge, innovation, and institutional governance at the highest level. With deep appreciation and esteem, presented this 11th day of July 2026, Coordinator IDH, Dr. A.M. Mustafa.
Thank you very much, sirs. Okay, our Dean, sorry, sir. Our Dean's Director. Please, all the planning committee drivers team, please get ready to take pictures. All right, thank you. Sir. Music to take pictures.
On behalf of myself and my family, my sincere appreciation to the Institute of Digital Humanities. I'm very grateful for this award, and I dedicate the award to the Institute. Thank you.
All right, drivers team, please, head of teams, please come forward. Please, quickly, we don't have time. We don't want to delay our guests.
Thank you very much, sir. I just want to comment on something. For everybody that received an award here, I'm sure you're all saying, thank you to my family, thank you to my wife, thank you to my... But then we're saying the men are not... But behind every successful man is a... Behind every successful man is a... Thank you very much. So to continue the goodwill message, we would like to call on the Dean of Faculty of Basic and Allied Medical Science, in person of Dr. Great anchorites. Great anchorites. Greatest anchorites. I want to greet my elders. I want to appreciate the presence of the DVC, the registrar, the university librarian, and of course our Dean of Student Affairs and the Director of ICT. I want to appreciate the Director of the Digital Humanity units. It's really a pleasure and a privilege to be here. I also want to appreciate everybody that's seated here. We are about, let's say, about 10% of our student population, but you are here, and it means you appreciate what is being done. I bring my goodwill message also from my husband and my children, since family is reigning. That's the good thing with Anchor University, isn't it? And so I want to say, what you're here for is very important. I want to digress a little bit and bring it towards the health care institution. You know, the growth in technology has greatly impacted health. I know now we talk about telehealth, telemedicine, which in summary has to do with, you know, the delivery of healthcare using digital technology. And when you look at things like this, it has helped to bridge a lot of gap in the healthcare industry. You can talk about mobile health. How many of us have, okay, we don't have, in quotes, we don't have Android phones, isn't it? But at home, no, I don't want to put you in trouble, so I'm saying in quotes, we don't have. Do you have? No. Okay, but when you get home and you have, you know that if you just take probably your Samsung phone, you have your Samsung Health, you can monitor your health just using your phone. You can look how many steps you take a day, you can look at what you need to eat, your calorie and all that. That comes through this digital technology. So it has improved to go to the hospital. You stay at home and do remote patient care monitoring and all that. It's all through advancement in technology. So where we're going to is far from where we're coming from. In the 50s, the best you can get, 1950s, is probably a landline phone call, isn't it? Now you don't need all of that. I remember when I was younger, we used to go to pay phones by Nitel building, and you slot in a coin before you can make a call. Now you can sit in the comfort of your parlor, isn't it? And reach the whole world. That's digital technology for you. So I want you to please sit back, take this very, very seriously.
Don't even look at the people speaking. Don't say they are like your age. They are not taller than you. Because I'm looking at some of them. They don't even look older than you. But they've got something inside that you should learn from. So I want to encourage you this morning to tap. Tap as much as you can so that tomorrow you'll be standing here also to teach others. Thank you. I wish you the best. Have a lovely day.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that wonderful goodwill message. So, would like to call on the final person to give us his goodwill message in person of the Director of ICT Anchor University Lagos, the person of Professor B.B. Olofin.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to share with you what I just prepared, just a page or so. The Vice Chancellor, Anchor University, the person of Professor Bandele, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, the Bossa, the University Liberia, the Dean, Student Affairs, the Dean, Faculty of FBAMS, the Acting Director, Institute of Digital Humanities and Technologies, distinguished faculty members here present, dear students, we want to just encourage you that this program, it's a unique one. And I want to say good morning and may the peace of the Lord be with you all in Jesus' name. I am deeply honored to stand before you today, not just as Director of ICT of this great institution, but as a fellow learner and steward of the transformative power that God has placed in human hands. I want to sincerely thank the Institute for this kind invitation and for organizing a summit that is both timely and visionary. As our invitation letter beautifully reminded me, this event is set to host over 250 physical participants and other 900 online audience members. A testament to the hunger for knowledge that exists within our community and beyond. Let me begin by acknowledging the theme of this year's summit, Beyond Human Thinking, Exploring the Power of Artificial Intelligence Across Industries. As a faith-based institution, Anchor University Lagos is founded on the principle that all wisdom, all knowledge, and all understanding come from God. The title of our summit invites us to reflect on the profound truth. We are created in the image of an infinite creator. Therefore, exploring artificial intelligence is not stepping outside our faith, but stepping into the fullness of our God-given capacity to create, to innovate, and to solve complex problems. However, I want to posit that through true intelligence, whether human or artificial, must always be guided by a moral compass. In our pursuit of algorithms, for those in computing, just a sequence of specific steps, machine learning and automation, we must never lose sight of the core values that define us as an institution and as believers: integrity, empathy, ethics, and service to humanity. AI can process. AI can do quite a lot of things faster than any human mind, but it cannot replicate the compassion of a nurse, the wisdom of a mentor, or the conviction of a leader who fears God. This summit is therefore not just about learning, how to use new tools. It is about learning how to use them wisely. As students and scholars, you are being prepared to lead in a world where AI will touch every sector, in the education sector, in the healthcare sector, in law, in business, in the media, and the future of work. But more than being consumers or developers of AI, I charge you to be ethical or ethical architects of this technology. Don't just do it anyhow. Don't just do it because one has to do something. You are very ethical in everything, every tool that you use. Let your work be marked by fairness, transparency, and a commitment to the common good of humanity. I commend the students for their active participation, both here in person and online. Your curiosity and willingness to engage with these complex topics are what will set you apart as leaders of the next generation. I also appreciate the faculty and staff, our colleagues that are here, who have worked very tirelessly to make this event a reality. Your dedication to future-focused learning is shaping not just careers, but character. Though you may have a career, but your character, does it comply? Is it in line with what you do? In closing, I leave you with this reflection. Technology is a tool, but purpose is the hand that wields it. You have it as a tool, but what do you conceive? What are you bringing out from it? As we go beyond human thinking, let us never go beyond divine principles. In everything that you are doing, though may be attractive, what are the principles behind it? Let us harness the power of AI to build bridges, not walls, to create solutions, not problems, and to serve one another in love and in excellence. Thank you once again for this privilege. I look forward to a summit filled with rich insights, robust discussions, and divine principle. May God bless Anchor University, and may God bless this summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful message. So right about now, we are actually going to call on we're going to have the welcome speech, which will be taken by the team lead for the 2026 AI Summit in person of Elizabeth Emily. Please can we give her a round of applause as she comes to give the welcome speech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you doing today? The DVC, sir, the librarian, registrar, DSA, and the Dean of Law, we appreciate your presence here today, and we want to say welcome. To all our speakers and our guests, we appreciate you here today, and we are also welcoming you to this event. And to my wonderful audience, I hope you're all fine today. I hope you're enjoying yourself too. You're welcome. So, who would have thought that 8 years ago, there will be something called artificial intelligence? Like, I was in front of the library when ChatGPT came outside. My friend was like, oh, there's this new software that you can use. I was like, wow. So I think AI has come to stay. And the question is no longer will AI replace us? It's now how ready are you to make use of it? You know? And it's with this understanding that I'm warmly welcoming you to Anchor University AI Summit titled Beyond Human Thinking, Exploring the Power of Artificial Intelligence Across Industries. Today is more than just a tech event. It is a gathering of curious minds, visionary leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and students just like us, who believe that technology can become a force of transformation when placed in the right hands. As students, we are often told that we are the future of AI, but the future is already here, and AI is the future. Please, a round of applause for that. Thank you. This summit is an opportunity for us to prepare, not just by learning new technologies, but by developing the leadership, ethics, creativity, and critical thinking that machines cannot replace. So no matter how good AI is, we are still better. Am I right? Or do you doubt that? No. Thank you so much. So to our distinguished speakers and panelists and our guests, thank you so much for honoring our invitation and for choosing to invest your knowledge, experience, and time in this generation. We are grateful for your presence, and we look forward to the valuable insights you will share with us today. And to every participant, I encourage you to engage fully, ask questions, listen, and ensure you network. What did I say? All right, thank you. So on behalf of the organizing committee and everyone who worked tirelessly to make this event possible, I warmly welcome you once again to this wonderful event. You are welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for that welcome speech. So I'm sure we've been doing a lot of talking, we've been doing a lot of speeches and all. So right about now, we want to get into our variety session, and we'll be having someone take us in spoken words. I would like to call on Agbo Eunice to come forward for the spoken word session. Please, can we give her a round of applause, please?
Good afternoon, our highly esteemed dignitaries, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Agbo Eunice. I'll be presenting a spoken word piece titled, Rise Up. The future is in need of innovators, game changers, stars ready to shine, those ready to lead, those ready to sow the seed for the breakthrough we need. For so long we've anticipated, those with the answers we've expected, great minds with solutions want to bring the change. And we found you. The future pleads for you to emerge. Generations depend on your innovation. Don't let that limitation stop you. Look ahead. What do you see? There's a lot to achieve if you believe it. The capacity lies within you, and you is the ability to bring great dreams to reality. Despise the lie trying to tie you down, the world has never heard, never seen anyone like you. It's long overdue. Rise up. It's time to step out of the crowd. It's time to go loud about your ideas. It's time to mount up with audacity. Let the world know mediocrity is not your identity. So push. Despite challenges, stay consistent, persistent, resilient. Build diligently, daily, till you sit before kings, till your name rings in places of influence, till a version of you emerges that no one would deny. Can the next Mark Zuckerberg rise up from this room? Those ready to birth visions and cause this nation to bloom. You are capable, more than able. Allow me blow your trumpet. The world never saw you coming, never saw you evolve. Your skills are unmatched. Your ideas echo like thunder. Your innovations cause millions to wonder. Why should we look further when we've got you? A 10 over 10. This is your moment to take over and shine. Nothing can stop you. Nothing can stop us. In full force, we'll crush the wall of impossibility. We'll cross the sea of negativity. Have you forgotten? Your path is as a shining light. The future is bright. You've pictured it. Now is the time to proceed. Step into it, and you will succeed. This is your moment. The stage is set, and the spotlight is on you. Rise up and show the world that you are unstoppable, unshakable, undeniable.
That was a wonderful piece. I mean, it sends chills down my spine. Is it only me that felt that? She said something. She said you are a 10 over 10. And that's who you are. So do not let limitations stop you. The spotlight is on you. You might not be on the stage today, but you might be on the stage tomorrow. Please give her a round of applause once again. And now we arrive at the anchor moment of the morning. Our keynote speaker is here and is seated among us. He's a titan in the tech ecosystem, a visionary whose work directly interrogates the boundaries of competition, philosophy, and human potential. He is here to set the intellectual horizon for what lies beyond human thinking. Media, please, can we have his bio?
Desmond takes a practical and result-driven approach to technology leadership with a strong focus on leveraging artificial intelligence to enhance business processes and engineering workflow, and cybersecurity to protect and future-proof the organizations he works with. From streamlining operation to building smarter, more resilient systems, he helps organizations move faster, make better decisions, and stay secure in an increasingly complex digital landscape. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science from the University of People, USA, and mini MBA from IMBN Berlin, Germany, and certifications in DevOps, Applied Data Science, and Cloud Solution Architecture. Desmond is committed to the advancement of Africa's technology ecosystem and is a forward-thinking voice on digital strategies, engineering leadership, cybersecurity, and the future of AI-driven business transformation. With great honor and much delight, please make welcome Mr. Desmond.
Hello? All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm not feeling that AI energy. Good morning, everybody. First of all, let me appreciate our DVC, sir, and all our management staff who are here present. My very own director of the Institute of Humanities, Dr. Mustafa. I greet you, sir, and every other person who have put this thing together. I say that as you have started this work, we are hoping to see more innovators come out, and very soon we'll all be sharing the same stage together, right? Or you don't want to be on the same stage with me? Very good. All right, I don't know if my slide is up. Is it? I want to take you on a journey today. Are you ready to run? All right. I want to talk about how innovators transform the world using artificial intelligence. That's my keynote address.
how innovators transform the world using artificial intelligence. And I'm going to be coming from a fintech POV. Oh, our parents are here. Maybe I should say what POV is. You don't know what POV is? Let me see your hand. What's POV? Let's tell them. All right, a fintech point of view. So, and fintech is basically financial technology. All right. How many of us have used any sort of fintech at all? I know the phones are not allowed in school, but when you were at home or anywhere, you've used any sort of maybe OPay, Cowrywise, PiggyVest. Okay, I see. You will have money. I will soon give you my account number. All right. Now, if you've used any of all of these applications I'm talking about, then at some point in your life, you have used artificial intelligence in finance. All right? It means that at some point in your life, you have used artificial intelligence in finance. So it therefore tells us that the infrastructure for building AI is already on ground. The tools that we need is already on ground. So we now need to look together how people or how businesses are currently using artificial intelligence in their daily operations, especially as it relates to financial technology. So meaning building financial applications, credit scoring, credit risk analysis, and all of those things like that. But before I get into all of the nitty-gritties of what I have about maybe 1,500 slides. Are you ready for today? Don't worry. It's just about 17 slides. I know you're already afraid. So let's talk about the definitions. The first thing I want to talk about is innovation. What is innovation? Many times we think that innovation means coming up with new ideas. No. Creativity means coming up with new ideas. Are you following me? However, innovation means the process by which you turn those new ideas into value that doesn't exist before. So basically what innovation is that I take a new idea that I have, I solve the problem, and then transform that new idea that I used to solve that problem into a value that never existed before for businesses. And guess what? Businesses anywhere in the world needs people that can give them what? Value. And when you give people value, you make money. Are we together? All right. Now, as we talk about innovation, something comes into play, which is one of the core of my job description, right, as Chief Digital Officer, is digital transformation. Now, digital transformation is basically taking existing processes and trying to optimize that entire process flow. More often than not, the processes change because you are introducing new tools, new technologies, a new way of doing things. So I'll give you an example. Assuming before, like our registrar, our dean, I believe, was saying that we used to use payphones, right? So I was not there. They used to use payphones, right? So they slot in a coin and then you make it. The core of making digital transformation possible today. Are you following what I'm saying? So artificial intelligence sits at the core of making digital transformation possible today. And I'll give you an example. Some weeks ago, I was in a meeting with management staff of a capital market firm. And we were just discussing and talking about, digital transformation and what we can do for them and how we can move forward and all of that. And guess what? They were talking about how can we begin to introduce artificial intelligence into all of their processes. Right now, many of us think that when we say artificial intelligence, we're just talking about ChatGPT and Claude and all of that. Yes. So I would like to divide artificial intelligence into two based on what we have now. I mean, artificial intelligence is beyond all of these Claude, ChatGPT, Olama, and whatnot, and Grok, and so on and so forth, right? It is, we're coming from a very far place. We're coming from the era of traditional machine learning, data analytics, data analysis, and whatnot. And then we're coming to a place where we are now playing around with large language models, what you call LLMs, right? Which is your OpenAI, ChatGPT, and so on and so forth, right? Now, there is the reasoning one. So the reasoning one is the one that you take up your phone and say, they gave me an assignment. How do I do this assignment? And it gives you everything, right? It thinks for you, it does all of the assignment for you, and then you copy. Some people copy everything, and then even the place that the ChatGPT is saying, do you want me to transform this thing into a one-page document? You copy everything and you paste it. And then when your lecturer asks you, say, I did it by myself. And you say, why are you not telling me that? Do you want me to transform? You understand my point? Then there is the agentic AI. Now, agentic AI is the part of artificial intelligence that allows you to be able to do things. So it's basically introducing automation into artificial intelligence. So it basically therefore means that I might want to order for something on Amazon, and I have an AI or an agentic AI that says, basically what an agent is that you are just linking different functions together. All right, so I say, okay, for you to be able to do this activity, the AI says, okay, I need to first get your credit card details, then I go and call Amazon website, then I go and search for the, do you understand my point? All of those. So instead of you doing all of those processes yourself, you already told the AI how to do all of those processes. I'm not going to go into the technical details of all of this. I'm just going to explain it to you. Maybe if I have a session of computer science students, then I can open my laptop and can start writing codes together. Are we together? Well, I understand that we have people in law. Anybody in law? Medicine, nursing, computer science. All right, so we have a very good. Is there anybody I've not mentioned? CRS. Oh, sorry, accountant. And mathematics. Okay, everybody is recognized. All right, so do you understand where I'm coming from? Now, why am I giving this definition? It's because the first thing we need to understand, if we're going to build, I'm just trying to go on a journey, right? We're coming to a point of moving from interest to innovation. But if we are going to build real and tangible AI solutions, we must really, really understand what AI does. So the question to us is, what do you think AI really does? Some of us think that the AI already has some, it knows a lot of things. So that's why sometimes we expect that the AI should already know something about us, right? Whereas, without proper context, right? Without proper context, the AI cannot do what you specifically want it to do. Now, context in this place is our data. Are you following what I'm saying? So AI really learns from patterns. So the more it understands, the more it knows, the more you give to it, the better the results you are able to get. So back in the days when we were building all of this machine learning AI, we used to talk about false positives and all of that. So where we have confusion matrix and all of that, true negative, true positive, and all of those things like that. Because we're trying to train some models to be able to be true to the data that we are giving to it. So it means that the foundation of any AI you want to build is what? I would say, I'm tempted to say tear a sheet of paper, but we are not in the lecture room. The foundation of every AI that we're trying to build is what? Is data. So it means that even your ChatGPT, your large language model, your ChatGPT and all of that, that you want to do something to you. The first thing you need to understand how to use it is to say, okay, give it the context. All right? Now, context is your data. So what does context mean? Well, yeah, context in this case is your data. But context is basically giving it sufficient understanding of your use case. Are you following me? All right? So if I am building a fintech application, for example, and I just tell the AI, build a fintech application, what's it going to do? It's going to build anything. But compared to somebody that comes with its own process flow and say, oh, AI, in my organization, this is my process flow. Whenever we want to do reconciliation of account, for example, we start from here, then we come to here, then we do this, and we do that. Now, compare the two people. Who is going to get a better result? The second. So you understand when I say the foundation of every AI that we are building is what? So if you are saying that I just wake up one day and say, I have an idea, I want to build the next Amazon. I just go and tell AI, build me the next Amazon. It will give you whatever it is you like. But it, at the end of the day, you will see that it won't give you the exact result that you are that you're looking for. So, in fintech, now back to fintech because we're talking about fintech, right? The more data AI gets, the better it performs. Now, take for example, as we talk about AI and digital transformation and innovation. Before, traditionally, when you want to take a loan from the bank, what do you do? So you have taken a loan before. I'm just joking. When you want to take a loan from the bank, you go to the bank, right? You do what? You fill out a form. When you fill out the form, they check. If they don't get any detail about you, they send you away. But think about a situation. Now, it means therefore, listen to what I'm saying. It means that if the regular market trader on the streets of Ayobo is trying to go and apply for a loan in the bank, because number one, they are probably unbanked, so they don't have any record of them in the system. It means they cannot take loan. Whereas this same woman has been doing maybe hundreds of thousands, almost millions in MRR, monthly recurring revenue. You know what monthly recurring revenue is? Okay. Monthly recurring revenue is, you know what recurring revenue is? What does it mean? We are doing business MBA together. Maybe after this class, I'll just give you an MBA certificate. Monthly recurring revenue is how much money you are making, how much revenue you are making that is constant over a period of time. Are you with me? So if this woman is making maybe ₦1 million every month, constantly, but because the system does not know, then there's a what? There's a problem. How about we have maybe a questionnaire or something and says, okay, give us your bank statements. Are you with me? Then we ask you some set of questions and say, okay, when you get money, how do you do it? How do you budget? Just different questions. And at the end of the day, all of that question goes into an AI system, and then the AI is able to, score and grade and come up with a credit score and tell us whether this woman is able to pay or not pay. Can you see the two differences? Now, in both systems, who do you think is going to get more market share? I can't hear you. Who do you think is going to be able to get more market share? The second market share is basically, you have, let's assume this table is the market. Some people are already taking this part of the market. There's other parts of the market that is not taken, right? So if somebody comes with an innovative or disruptive idea, you enter and take more people, more customers basically. All right. So it means that the foundation of anything that we want to do is what? Is data. Now, if the foundation is data, then why did the big banks back in the days not build it? Somebody was saying, who would have thought that 8 years ago we'll be talking about AI today? All right? So if the foundation is data, why didn't these guys build it at the time? And thinking about it, I came across Christensen's disruption theory. And I think for me, I just believe that maybe that's why they didn't do it. Now, the disruption theory is a theory that talks about the fact that when the incumbents, you know what an incumbent is? People who are already there. Now, rationally, they may not necessarily go towards the direction of unprofitable customers. Do you get? So if you know the pyramid now, so since they already have that 1% up there that is giving them a lot of their revenue, they may not necessarily see the need to go for the people at the bottom of the pyramid. So that means, therefore, that there is much more opportunity for you and I, because you can come up with a simple solution that is cheaper than what all of the big guys are doing, and you'll be able to attract many of those people who are in that lower end of the pyramid. Are you following what I'm saying here? So then how do we now come up with that solution? So if you look at my slide, you see that the big banks saw informal traders, the people who have low margin, who have high friction. So it means that maybe they are not worth serving, quote and unquote. However, when the fintechs came in, they saw a gap that, okay, it's possible for us to be able to serve these underserved millions of people. Right? So it means there's a real market to solve a problem for. And then they walked into that gap. The likes of Paystack, the likes of Flora Wave, the likes of Periculum, the likes of Mono, and so on and so forth. Over time, the big banks started coming up, like Wema Bank came up with alerts, Sterling Bank came up with alternate banking, and so on and so forth. Are you following my point? So you now see the big banks now tilting towards the point of what? Of fintech. So you have First Bank, you now have First Money. Are you understanding my point? So it means that at the base of every disruption is a disruptor who sees an underserved market and is willing to dive headlong into it and get as many market share as possible. So, how do we then go from interest to innovation on this AI? I've coined up a cycle, and I'll give credit to Dell Technologies for this idea. So I'll come up with a cycle that talks about how we move from interest to innovation. The first step is to assess and prioritize. Now, when you want to assess and prioritize, I mean, this cuts across business, cuts across your studies, even business owners and so on and so forth, right? Assessing means you look at the differentiators, you look at what you have. What can differentiate me from this other person? Which of my process flows? You know what the process flow is, Abby? Do you know what the process flow is? A process flow is basically your work, how do I explain it? Your day-to-day process of doing things. Check it, so that entire flow, that's process flow. So you look at your process flow and you say, okay, at what point do I need to do what? At what point do I need to introduce AI to improve my processes? Now, once you come up with that analysis, the next thing to do is to build your data foundation. All right? So assuming you want to transform how you are studying, right? You notice that, okay, by the time I go to, on Monday, I go to class from morning till evening. After I'm done with class, I go to Bible study, and then I need to also do some further studies. But I realize that somewhere down the line, I'm already exhausted. So I can't possibly cover 3 chapters of book. So I say, okay, maybe at this point of my daily process flow, I can introduce AI. Do you understand my point? Now, you are interested in AI, you have started the process. Step 1 is what? Access and prioritize. Now, once you have accessed and prioritized, step 2 is build the data foundation. So building data foundation is saying, now which of the, so for example, today I want to study, it's been long I went to school. I hope I can remember these courses. Please give me one course. GNS, I know GNS 101, Abi. Today I want to study GNS 101. Oh, it's no longer called GNS. Hey, it's like I'm an old man. Oh. GST. Today I want to study GST. You take, now, your GST textbook is your what? Is your data at that point. You take that, you take your outcome, that is what is it you want to bring out from everything that you're doing, right? You take your outcome, and you take all of that, you build solid data, you look at, okay, this book, okay, what part of this book do I want to read? What part of these things do I want to touch on? What are the places that I'm having difficulty? So basically just do a preliminary analysis. Number 3 is to discover patterns. Now you have taken, remember, we have taken the data foundation. We know what we want to study. We know what we want to learn. We know what we want to study in terms of the textbook we want to study. What we want to learn in terms of the expected outcome. We already know areas of weakness. Are you following me? Then, you've already discovered patterns. That's step 3, discover the pattern, right? Now, once you discover pattern, you don't just go and choose any AI. Now, this thing I'm saying is also, I'm using all of these examples because we're all students here, right? It's also the same flow when you are in a business environment, right? So you don't just go and pick any AI and say, oh, there's one AI that is that's raining now. Let me just carry it and do. You look at you look at all of the AI technologies, which is best doing what. They all have their strengths and weaknesses. Now, okay, let's say ChatGPT. Which of the models of ChatGPT do I want to use? Are you following me? Do I want to use GPT-4, GPT-3, GPT-5 point something, and all of those things like that? Now, once you select the preferred one you want to use, you select and implement your AI tool. Then, you start using AI for it. Many people stop at that junction. Should be I'm already using AI. Fire down. Abi? However, step 5 is monitoring and evaluation. So you measure returns. This AI that I'm using, let's assume I'm spending $20 per month on this AI. The value I'm getting out of it, is it proportionate to the what? To what I'm investing? Are you following me? So maybe I know whether to invest more or to reduce my investment and continue using my brain. Are you following my point? Then number 6 is to scale. Scaling is that point where you go from building a proof of concept to building an actual production software that anybody can use. Now, when you scale, you come back again to access. You see that? You see why I call it a cycle? After you have scaled, then there's no problem. You come back again, you assess. You come back again, you build the data. Then you come and prioritize. You know, it's just a continuous cycle that cannot be stopped. So, disruptors don't just launch an AI product and walk away. No. It's a loop that must be fine-tuned over and over again. So let's talk about real examples quickly. I don't know how much time I have. Just let me know if I'm going beyond my time. So 4 examples of how we are using AI in fintech. Number 1, smarter credit. I think I've talked about this before. Smarter credit is basically just helping people who are invisible become more visible. Like I gave the example of the market woman that is, that's doing well, but because she's not in the system, we can come up with a technology that helps us properly get her data. Like for example, you can plug in technologies like Mono, who can give you like open data of people, and then, with their consent anyways, and then you plug in their bank statements and other information, come up with a credit score, right? And then when you come up with the credit score, you can now effectively tell if they can give credits or they cannot give credits. Are you following my point? That's number 1. So, you make invisible people become more visible. Number 2, fraud detection. Now, this is a very, very interesting example. There was a company I was working with, I worked with last year, and one day the MD just reached out to me and said, some of these companies, they just look for their most difficult problem and send it to me. And I actually take pride in doing that anyways. So he reached out to me and said, there's fraud. People are stealing money. I think there was a time somebody stole maybe 100 million. I say, wow. Assuming I built this software earlier, maybe you would have given me the 100 million. But no problem. So what did we do? With the use of AI, we were able to come up with a fraud detection system that helps them to know who to go and do loan recovery for and who to not do loan recovery for. There's a lot more in the process, but basically just building all of that system on its own with AI at the center of it. Now, that in itself helps in loan recovery because now people cannot run again, right? So we already can catch you. If you want to steal more, we know you, we'll call police for you, right? So that in itself, especially people are coming up with micro lending applications, loaning systems these days. So it's very, very easy to trick the system, to game the system, to beat the system, and sort of like steal money, especially when you have all of these loan agents here and there. So that is one of the places where AI is playing around. All right? So remember, innovation is here to fix what you're building and also create that discipline into it. So another place is AI helps us to build customer-focused solutions. How many of you have signed up for an application before, and then as part of your onboarding, they ask you certain questions like, what do you hope to achieve with this application? What are just trying to know more about you. What was your day-to-day like? What are you trying to achieve? How much you want to save? And things like that. And then over time, they begin to send you some notifications to say, oh, this is what you can do. It's like my time is almost up. This is what you can do, and so on and so forth. So AI helps us to be able to build customer-focused solutions. Now, I know one of the banks came up with SAW, I think it's Wema Bank, where you can talk to the AI and tell it to transfer money for you. You don't know. So that's what's happening. So you can just say, so send, okay. Wow. Send 10,000 naira to somebody and then does all of the necessary verification and then it sends money for you. I mean, we're in that age already. So AI just helps us to build more customer-focused solutions. And let me just move on now to the innovator part because our time is almost up. Now, how do we become innovators, right? Remember what I tell you about innovation in the beginning. It's the process. You know, innovation is not, somebody come and say, I'm an innovator. And there's, okay, what have you done? You say, I came up with this idea. Okay, after that, coming up with the idea is what? Creativity. Innovation is the ability to see that idea through from ideation to what? To production, to market. All right? Now, so 4 career lessons. Number 1, innovation starts with noticing friction. Innovation starts with what? Noticing friction. Take, for example, Paystack that I talked about earlier. They noticed that something was wrong somewhere in the entire system, right? And then they built something what? For it. So innovation starts with what? Noticing friction. So many times we see problems and our attitude to it is to do what? Run away. No. Those who will innovate, especially using AI, must go headlong into it. Number 2, your discipline, that is the course that you studied, is not a disadvantage. It's an advantage for you. In fact, for me, I studied welding and fabrication engineering. Amen. Some of us don't even know what that is. The day my father heard that they gave me welding and fabrication engineering, he told me that, how did he put it? He said that they gave me admission to study Padembita in school. But look at me today. So what I'm saying is that the course that you studied is not necessarily a disadvantage, right? You just need to channel that. So whether it's in law, like if you're studying law, you can play around AI with things like KYC, fraud, KYC regulation, compliance, and all of those things like that. If you're in medicine, health financing, are you getting me? Telemedicine, health technology, and so on and so forth. Humanities, language, trust design, and all of those things like that. Social sciences, you can do things around community trust and inclusion. Engineering, of course, computer science and all of these mathematics guys. You can do things around product development, infrastructure design, enterprise architecture, systems design. I mean, the possibilities are what? They are endless. So, but many times we think that it's just to write code. No, coding is the least of the problem. Especially in these AI days. I don't know, in the last maybe 5 or 6 months, I can't remember the last time I wrote code by myself again. Yes. But we get things done quickly as possible, but you still need to have that understanding of how the code works, right? Because you go and code rubbish now. Now, careers blend, and that's like the plan. So me, I moved from engineering, I then entered software engineering. From there, I went to do cloud and systems architecture, DevOps, and today, I'm doing digital transformation and I serve as chief digital officer. So you understand that there's that trend. It's not just a one-way traffic. There must be a trend. I'm trying to rush because of time. So before I finish here, I said each move is because there was a new kind of challenge that needs to be what? Solved. And a new kind of challenge demands a new kind of skill. Are you following me? That you need to learn. And I always tell people, the more you learn, the more you earn. All right. So my final question to you, like you can see on the slide, is where will you sit on this divide of the curve? You have seen how businesses are using AI today, and you've seen how easy it is to infuse AI in whatever it is that you're doing. So where do you want to sit in this curve? There's the 25% who are innovators. There are those who are early adopters. There's the early majority who quickly see the AI and they rush inside and say, okay, very good, but immediately they rush outside. Do you know why? Because, businesses have rushed to build AI. I'm serious, I kid you not. But almost immediately they rush away. Because they didn't understand how it works. They were just, the FOMO, fear of missing out, catch everybody. So they just, boom. Immediately, the same way we, Sare Wale, Sare Jade. Do you understand? For my online audience, it means quickly run inside and quickly run it. Because things like the costs, things like building guardrails, AI governance, AI policies, things like AI security. Are you getting what I'm saying? So they didn't fully understand all of this thing. So they quickly went in, and when the cost was, I know of a company, I've been ahead of a company that fired almost all of the engineering team and was using AI. And when cost was becoming more than the amounts you need to use to employ a human being, what did they do? They say, sorry. Do you understand my point? So that's why I said there's those early adopters who just run in without understanding what it is, and all of them run out. So where do you want to be? Do you want to be on the side of the innovators? Or do you want to be on the side of the laggers who just say, well, anything, AI is coming to take our jobs, so what is the point? What are we doing? Are you getting my point now? So, finally, as I land, AI, like every other technology, is just a tool. Do you agree with me? It's just a what? And the people who pick them up and know how to use them are the people who will thrive in this coming ecosystem that we are in. So, AI is not here to take your job. It is here to create those jobs that don't exist yet. The only question is, will you be ready when those jobs open? Thank you for your time.
I think I'm happy hearing that AI will not take my job. I've not even entered the field. AI cannot take my job, please. So I got a lot from the first keynote speaker. It was massive. And one thing I learned first off was AI understands patterns from data. I tried something using ChatGPT. I noticed anytime I prompt my ChatGPT, I call it my ChatGPT, it gives me subsequently Architect of Legacy. I spoke about it before. Continuously in all the chats. And I realized, wait, so how do you know that this is what I call myself on LinkedIn? All right, let me enter a new chat. AI, please write me a poem. He brought the poem out, and he still ended it with my name. And I say, AI know me. Oh. The second chat, the same thing, over and over, because it became a pattern for me to always ask ChatGPT that particular question. So it understood that, okay, this is her, she is this, and I know this, so this is the information she will need. That's one thing I got from it. Secondly, there is something about having an idea. Each and every one of us seated here, you have an idea. I can see it on your faces. As he has spoken now, those people in accounting, they are like, yes, I'll go and open bank with AI automation, this, that. I think from now we can start opening our companies because AI can build the company from the ground to the top, right? Somebody said no. So anyways, if you have an idea, it's very important, like he said, the ideation phase to the production phase. It's very important that you take note of every step you make. Your innovation is there, your creativity is there. AI is just a tool. Every single thing you build comes from your mind, but then AI is a tool for you to use to enhance your idea into a product on its own. Please, let's give our first keynote speaker a round of applause once again. So I would love to do something very, very interesting. I would love like 3 people that are bold, ready to take up the stage. The stage is wide enough. The spotlight is on. That will come here and tell us just one single thing that you learned from our keynote speaker. Just one single thing. So somebody should volunteer before I come down and locate you. Thank you very much. So please come up. Give her a round of applause. You are not here. She's here.
Good day, everyone. I'm so privileged to have this lecture. So what I gained from this lecture is that the foundation of every AI is your data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The foundation of every AI is your data. So before we take the 2 other volunteers to come and tell us what they learned, we'll be giving a presentation to our first keynote speaker. a package actually. So we'll be calling on the Dean of Student Affairs, our DSA, to come over and present the package. Please, let's give him a round of applause whilst he comes on stage. Please keep clapping, he's not yet here.
Thank you so much. I'm here to present you this award. Thank you for your invaluable contribution as a guest speaker at the 2026 Anchor University AI Summit. Your insight inspired mind and enriched our community with sincere gratitude. From the convener, Dr. Abiodun Mustafa. Thank you so much. God bless you.
All right. It's like he has a lot of things to say for us. Sir, can we meet you later so you unpack more ideas? Thank you very much, sir. Please, once again, a round of applause for him. All right. I promised 3 volunteers, so remain 2. So someone should volunteer. Someone else. Thank you very much. Thank you. You are the 3rd person. Come up.
Good afternoon to everybody. So I learned that before I can call myself an innovator, before you can call yourself an innovator, it's not just your idea, not just your new idea, but you have to take action. You have to create. Thank you.
It's not just your idea. You have not learned if you just have an idea. You must bring it. They used to say something. They say show workings. You have the idea. Maybe you are thinking the thoughts of Elon Musk, but you have not showed workings. Then there is nothing to show for it. So thank you so much for that. That is a wonderful one. So the 3rd volunteer.
Good everyone. So I learned that innovation is not just a single act. It's a continuous 6-step cycle in which it's funded and it does not stop. It does not stop in creativity, but the creativity is the idea, and the innovation is what makes it come to pass. Thank you.
Creativity is the idea. Innovation is what makes it come to pass. Thank you very much for that. So quickly, we'll be moving into a short variety session that will be taken by Miss Daramola Oluwajumoke. She'll give a short presentation to us. So please give her a round of applause till she comes on stage. Still keep clapping. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Daramola Olajumoke, and I want to say a big thank you for this great opportunity. So I'll be singing a song by Alicia Keys titled We Are Here, and as you listen, may you be blessed. We are here. We are here for all of us. We are here for all of us. That's why we are here. Why we are here. We are here. Bombs over Baghdad, trying to get something we never had. It's so real, but it's so sad. We gon' pray for the innocent. But right now it don't make sense. Right now it don't make sense. Let's talk about Chi-Town. Let's talk about Gaza. Let's talk about Israel. Cause right now it is real. Let's talk Nigeria and the mass hysteria. Yeah, our souls are brought together so that we can love each other. Brother, we are here. We are here for all of us. We are here for all of us. That's why we are here. Why we are here. We are here. No guns made in Harlem, but yet crime is a problem. You wanna shine, they wanna rob them. Single mother, where they come from. But while we burn this incense, we gon' pray for the innocent. Cause right now it don't make sense. Right now it don't make sense. Let's talk about our past. My heart touch your heart. Let's talk about living. Had enough of dying. That's what we are about. Let's do more giving, do more forgiving. Yeah, our souls are brought together so that we can love each other. Sister, we are here. We are here for all of us. We are here for all of us. That's why we are here. Why we are here. We are here. We are here for all of us. We are here for all of us. That's why we are here. Why we are here. We are here. Oh 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 oh. We are here. We are here for all of us. We are here for all of us. That's why we are here. Why we are here. We are here. We are here for all of us. We are here for all of us. That's why we are here. Why we are here. We are here. We are here for all of us. We are here for all of us. That's why we are here. Why we are here. Thank you.
That was beautiful. I don't know. Please, let's give her a round of applause once again. This is a proof that beyond human thinking, there is still good music. Beyond human thinking. You see what humans can do? Real music. You know AI creates music too now, right? You know? Do you know? But do you think it will beat this one? Please give her a round of applause once again. Thank you very much, Daramola, for that wonderful presentation. So, we'll be moving into a very, very interactive session, a panel discussion actually. But before then, I want us to get a full grasp of what we are here for, what the AI Summit Beyond Human Thinking has brought to you this day. Artificial intelligence is widely regarded as one radical transformative technology with significant implication for the global economy. You see, AI ability ranges from automating tasks processing large data sets, and generate insights that has revolutionized industries ranging from healthcare and finance to retail and logistics. Recently, I wrote something down. I spoke about the fact that I'll be standing here to host an AI summit. And it dawned on me that as a lab scientist, actually, most of our lab tests have become AI automated. Malaria, AI automated. Pregnancy tests, AI automated. There are a lot of tests. Also, for finances, accounting, you're an accounting student, AI, it has spread across different sectors in the world. And there are amazing facts that AI has brought to us. For a fact that we can imagine something, we can think of something, create an idea, and AI is able to see us through that process and bring the idea into a product. Is it not an amazing thing? Is it not amazing? Imagine there was no AI. Just imagine there was no, should I give you 30 seconds to imagine that? Imagine there was no AI. What would you have done? In short, there are a lot of people here that do not know that the Siri, you know Siri, in iPhones, is AI. Siri on my phone is AI. I'm sure some people do not know. We don't know. So there are a lot of things that AI can do for us today. And so that is why this event has been brought forth to us. So I want you to maximize the time. You do not want to come here, sit and waste time. Definitely there's something here for you and I want you to grasp it with full capacity. Now we're moving into the panel session. We are going to unpack the ideas we've been talking about from the beginning of the event to this moment. We'll unpack it even further. It's time for our interactive panel discussion. We talk AI, we talk AI, we talk AI. It's time to steer this conversation. So please permit me to welcome on stage our brilliant moderator for today, Miss Esther Matthew.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've been having an amazing time so far. Okay, so we're having a panel session. But before we begin, I would like to call on stage our panelists. Okay. So the first person I'm going to be calling up is Mr. Faithful Ojebiyi. He's the founding engineer at Prequel, the co-founder of Impulse CRM.
Faithful Ojebiyi is a forward-developed engineer at Prequel, a New York-based agentic AI company where he's leading the architecture rewrite of the company's AI platform from proof of concept to production-grade system. As one of Prequel's founding engineers, he built the core infrastructure that today serves enterprise clients to design and ship AI-powered solutions end-to-end. Beyond Prequel, Faithful is the co-founder of the Impulse CRM, an AI-native CRM platform sales tooling with single intelligent workspace. With over 6 years of full-stack engineering experience spanning agentic system, enterprise integration, and financial infrastructure, Faithful has built across the spectrum from government-scale agricultural data system serving hundreds of thousands of Nigerian farmers to multi-agent investment analysis platform used by venture capital firms. He is also passionate about raising the next generation of engineers, having trained over 200 young engineers as a session lead with Audacity ALX program. He holds a BSc in physics from the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, a man of deep faith. Faithful sees his work as stewardship, building tools that serve people well and create lasting value. He served as the media lead at Frontier Young Adult Church in Lagos and is happily married to his wife, Mercy. In his leisure time, he enjoys building prototypes for new ideas using tools that he has never worked with before, a habit that has shaped him into a deeply versatile engineer. With great honor and much delight, please make welcome Mr. Faithful Ojebi.
Thank you so much, sir, for coming. So I would like to also call on stage Miss Faith Samson.
Samson Faith. Samson Faith is a tech ecosystem leader who has worked across both tech ecosystem globally and locally in Africa and Nigeria tech space. Samson Faith is a graduate of the University of Benin, Benin City, Nigeria, with first degree in business administration and second degree MSc pursuing marketing at the same university. She has close to a decade of experience working in marketing and tech startups and community product growth roles. She has worked with Google Developer Community, Google Women Tech Maker Nigeria as Community Manager, Sabi I, Ado Innovation Hub, Ruth Hub, Women in Real Estate, FCMB Chief Ventures, Truth Sprout Global Network, DCLM Tech Community, where she has worked as Community Manager, Digital Media Consultant, and Tech Ecosystem Leader. Faith Samson is a digital social entrepreneur who is the founder of She Builds Africa, where she has trained over 2,000 women and youth on digital skill and tech startup building. She runs an hybrid tech hub, DigiTech Hub, that helps young professionals start a tech career and build viable product, which is a subsidiary of UNICEF Digital Solution, where she serves as Product Marketing Associate. She's very passionate about getting the next generation to reimagine building and scaling AI ideas from Nigeria and Africa to the globe. Not just consumption of tech products, she hosts school tours from secondary and university students in tech for a local and global hackathon in summer holidays. She's an avid growth enthusiast and host for events and the Grow for Faith series, where she shares seed with phenomenal individuals sharing faith, fun, finance, family, and future. With great honor and much delight, please make welcome Samson Faith.
Okay, the last but definitely not the least, I would like to also welcome Mrs. Uzezi Akinwoliola.
Uzezi Akinwoliola. Uzezi Akinwoliola is a Nigerian education technology entrepreneur, youth development advocate, and public speaker. She is the founder and executive director of Accomplished Tech Ltd, an edutech company focused on equipping young people and professionals with practical digital skills in data analysis, cybersecurity, web development, product design, and emerging technologies. Passionate about young empowerment and employability, Uzezi has trained and mentored hundreds of learners, helping them transition into technology career, entrepreneurship, and improved workspace productivity. Through Accomplished Tech, she has led several digital skill initiatives, bootcamps, seminars, and the Next Gen Tech Summit, connecting young people with industry leaders and opportunities. In 2025, she was selected as the only female delegate to participate in the China UN Habitat Seminar on Sustainable Urban Development, where she presented Nigeria's report on technology-driven urban development and advocate for youth and women's inclusion in innovation and policy decision. Beyond technology and education, Uzezi is actively involved in community development and crime prevention initiatives. She currently serves as the Assistant State Coordinator and General Secretary of the Lagos State Security Trust Fund Campaign Against Crime, Cultism and Other Vices, and also serves as the Assistant Secretary of the Police Campaign Against Cultism and Other Vices, contributing to advocacy, youth engagement, and community-based intervention aimed at promoting safer and more responsible society. Uzezi is committed to leveraging technology, education, and strategic partnership to create opportunities for young people, empower women, and drive sustainable social and economic development across Africa. With great honor and much delight, please make welcome Uzezi Akinwoliola.
Okay, so before I begin, I would like to thank the Vice Chancellor of Anchor University Lagos and the management staff. Thank you so much for supporting this event. I would also like to thank the convener of this event and my mentor, Dr. Abiodun Mustafa. Thank you so much, sir, for this opportunity. Thank you to everyone that contributed to make this program hold today. So, I'll encourage each and every one of you to be immersed in the conversation we're about to have. If you have any questions, please note them down, and we'll take your questions during the Q&A segment towards the end of this panel discussion. I would also like to thank our amazing panelists. Please, can you give them a round of applause? Thank you so much for gracing this event with your presence. We are deeply grateful. So, what are we here to talk about today? Well, I noted something down from what Mr. Desmond said. He said, AI has not come to take our jobs, but it has come to what? Create new opportunities. So the real question has changed. It's now, how do we position ourselves to create value in a world where intelligence itself is becoming an economic asset? So that's what we're here to talk about today, the intelligent economy. Where do you fit in? Well, we normally say ladies first, but I'm going to be starting with the only man seated with us right here. Good morning, Mr. Faithful. How are you doing, sir? Okay, sir, I'm going to frame my question this way. Well, one of the biggest questions many students ask themselves is, am I studying the right course for the future? You know, with AI changing industry so quickly, people feel like if they're not studying computer science or artificial intelligence, it's like they're already being left behind. So, sir, you studied physics, not computer science. Yet you ended up leading engineering efforts for global technology companies. So, looking back, how much of your career came from your degree itself, and how much came from what you learned outside the classroom?
Okay. I would start by saying, I know most times people would always say things like school na scam, but it's not true. Okay. Just taking us like a few years back into when I actually like started my career, you know, my journey into software engineering actually started in school. So while I was in school, like you said, I studied physics, right? And when we were to go for the industrial training, I decided to go to a place where I would learn how to like build embedded systems, mostly, you know, building stuff and just like designing PCBs, just trying to like understand, you know, how electronic devices like work, right? What powers most of these things. And that was where I got my first exposure into programming. But as at then, I wasn't necessarily, you know, writing code for software. I was mostly like programming microcontrollers and all of that, right? Now, a few years down the line, I decided to like switch over from embedded software to actual software. And, you know, most times when people ask me questions like, oh, how did you learn? Did you like learn HTML first? Did you learn any backend language and all of this? And I'm like, no. I started writing code using C and C++, right? And then when I was to, you know, start, you know, actual software engineering, building mobile apps, web apps, backend, so everything, I didn't need to learn most of these languages because I kind of brought the knowledge I had, you know, from my embedded systems, you know, years into actual software engineering. I knew how to code. I didn't learn, all I needed to learn was the syntax. I didn't need to learn how to like, you know, write code from scratch. Then also importantly, a lot of people tend to, you know, ignore the fact that the classroom kind of prepares you for much more than just, you know, your 9 to 5, right? For example, being in the community of people, I was opportune to have done like a couple of projects for my classmates, right? You know, I had to do a couple of like hardware projects for my classmates, and that kind of like exposed me to much more than what I learned inside of the classroom, right? Now, if I had not gone to school, I probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to like, you know, do any of these things, right? So the classroom system is not just for you to just come, sit down and learn the theory, right? When you learn the theory, how do you like kind of like practicalize it? Also, the reason why it feels like, oh, I studied physics and now I'm into software engineering is a completely like different field. Let's not forget that inside of physics, right, everything about software engineering, even engineering itself starts from physics, like the first principles of physics and everything, right? Say for instance, I decided to go, you know, further my education in physics. I probably will be doing something around quantum physics. And maybe some of us would have heard about quantum computing, right? You know, the way AI is going, they are trying to like build more powerful and capable systems that will be able to like power, you know, most of this intelligence that we talk about, right? And the world is tilting towards quantum computing. Quantum computing is basically physics, right? You need to understand how the quantum world itself works. You know, quantum mechanics. I remember when I did quantum physics back in school, like that was probably like one of the hardest, you know, courses I took during my undergrad. But yeah, the fact that, you know, what I'm doing is quite a bit different from what I studied in school does not negate the fact that there's still something I could apply from what I had learned in school. And if, for instance, like I said, if I'd gone, you know, to further my academics in physics, I most likely will be doing something related to engineering, also in physics.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Can we give him a round of applause? So we can still pick one or two things, even if, let's say, one of us or some of us might try to change what we are doing right now. We can still pick something from what we're learning now and put it in what we're going to do in the future. So, Miss Faith Sampson, how you doing, ma?
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, so from what Mr. Faithful has said, we can conclude that your degree doesn't have to determine your future. But actually, we have to know how to prepare ourselves for the opportunities that this new economy is creating. So one phrase we hear a lot in this new economy is digital literacy, digital literacy. So digital literacy is like, we often describe as a pathway to opportunity rather than simply a technical skill. Why do you believe digital literacy has become an economic necessity for this generation regardless of the career path?
All right, thank you so much. Thank you everyone for, the warm welcome, and thank you for the section. So, well, I've been doing this for quite a while now, let's say plus or minus 4 to 5 years. And I started off by taking a simple course, and that's the Google Digital Skill for Africa. I think undergraduate thereabouts, and I took the course and finished it and didn't realize finishing it would open opportunities for me. And so I remember I was in school, I was either in 300 or 400 level, and then I was told that they were looking for trainers who could train in different locations, but they needed people who had finished the course. And so that was it. I had the certification, I had finished the course, I had taken the course online. Good enough, it was free then. And so I studied marketing, undergraduate business administration, core in marketing, because the school gave me, but I fell in love later. Yeah, but then it was something that was natural to me, and I told myself, the first time I saw my admission letter, marketing, the first thing that came to my mind is market woman. No way. But I had to sit down with myself. I'm like, what's going to be the difference? Not just with myself. I spoke to my coach then when in my secondary school. I had a coach who picked interest in helping me out. So the place of guidance is non-negotiable. And then he had told me that, he asked me what admission they gave me into what course. I told him marketing, and I wanted to forfeit it. And he was like, no way, you're not going to forfeit it. We're going to create a path. You're going to sit down and we're going to analyze it together, what you can do. And he said, when you get to school, look for what is called the Google Developers Group. And I'm like, there's nothing like that in my school. I had resumed from school at that time. And then he said, just find it. And so I was in the assignment to just find the community on campus. I got to find out, I got to take courses and all of that. They were looking for student ambassadors and regional ambassadors at the time, and so I took the course. By taking the course, I became a trainer for digital skill, and I had to, in my final year, go around the entire school, training from faculty to faculty on digital skills. And I was in marketing. I could not tally marketing with digital skills for the first time, but I saw a sharp point between marketing and digital skills. So for everyone who is sitting here and saying there is no intersection, there's no coordinator at the middle to bring one and other thing together. I want to just say clearly that for everything you're doing traditionally, there's a digital part or face of things that you can actually explore to work with. Don't try to be all a programmer. No, don't try to leave where you are. Stay where you are at the moment, and then find a way of intersection. Do a lot of research, ask a lot of questions. You will find that fit, and then you can walk through. So digital skills is non-negotiable. We're not in the Stone Age. I know we all know it. I cannot preach the gospel enough, right? That it is quite important, but it is very important to lift you to the next thing that you have to do. And so that's how I've traveled from teaching digital skills, training other people, working on projects. And then when the bulls of AI came, I'm like, I don't think I'm even fit for it. But then here is it, that if this is where we're going to, this is the next phase of things, this is where we are going to be, there's no need to shy away from it and say it's for other people. You have to embrace it and see how to work alongside. So for everyone, digital skills is non-negotiable. Thank you.
That was a very solid answer. Thank you so much, ma'am. So now, our data analyst and educator. So remember when I saw that you were an educator, I was like, because teaching is actually something I'm passionate about, and I'm also a data analyst. So ma'am, many of us were taught a simple formula. I remember when I was entering school, I was like, I felt like I'll just go to school, I'll get good grades, I'll graduate, and then I'll be employable. But today's reality is very different. You know, employers are looking for more than just a technical skill, more than just a degree. They're looking for people who can solve problems, people who can adapt and continuously learn. So, ma'am, you've trained over 100 professionals in data and digital skills. As technology continues to reshape work, how has your understanding of what it truly means to be employable changed over the years?
Hi everyone.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I want to greet my fathers and mothers in the house, and I thank the convener for bringing us here. My brother and sister have said a lot. They've said it all. But if I want to talk about being employable, I'll be forced to say my story. I studied political science university, and I wanted to do law, but like she said, they gave her marketing. They gave me political science. I initially didn't want to go, but I mean, in that day and age, you just have to go and do what they say you should do so that you can graduate and become something. So, brethren, I went to do the political science, and after 4 years, I finished. That was when my eyes now opened. You know, sometimes you are in school, 100 level, 200 level, you are doing a course, but you cannot really see the future. See, the truth is that we don't have it all figured out. See, forget how we are dressed, everything. See, we don't, till now, how many of you have your life all figured out? Nobody. We don't have our life figured out. But one thing I will say is, the steps of a good man are always ordered by God. And whatever your hands find to do it to your might. I finished, my eyes open. I started applying for jobs. So I didn't really have skills then. I started applying for jobs, banks. I wrote exam. I thank God that my husband is here. He was the one that first, don't clap, oh no. He was the one that encouraged me to use a skill I had. So after the 4 years, I decided to go and do fashion design because I was this very restless person. I just knew that there was more to life. So I did fashion designing for 1 year. I went to fashion school. Most of the clothes I wear, I make them myself, but not this one. So after the fashion designing for 1 year, the husband of the woman who is the owner of the fashion school just met me and was like, he calls me Uzezi, although my name is Uzezi, but Yorubas have found a way to always pronounce it the way they want. So I was like, Uzezi, there's something, data analysis, do you think you can learn it? I said, yes, sir, I will do it. That was my first time, and that was in 2021. And I'm sure many of you had even heard about it before I heard about it. That was in 2021, and I decided to do the course. I did it for like 6 months. I was always preparing ahead of the class. At the end, it was a scholarship program, and I keyed into it. After that program, that was when I got my first job. And my first job was to become a tutor in data analysis. So I was tutoring other people that were coming after me in that same school. And that was how it started for me. Then I saw that I now have a skill. So the difference between when I graduated and now getting a job doing something is a skill I now have. So I would say that what your degree will do for you most times is your degree will open you up to the room, but what will keep you there, we open the door for you, but what will keep you there is the skills that you have. You must be able to solve problems. If you're in a company now and you solve the problem for them, if there's a further problem that you cannot solve and AI is coming or somebody is coming to have a better skill than you in that same field that can solve that further problem, sorry, you'll be excused because you must stay up to date. So that employability question is stay up to date with the relevant skills in your field. Like she said, there is always a tech aspect to whatever you learn. So let me just stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ma. Can we please give her a round of applause? Okay, talking about learning a new skill. Today, it's very easy to learn a new skill. You can watch a YouTube video. You can even buy an online course. I know I did both of them. You can even ask AI to teach you almost anything. I remember when I wanted to learn statistics and I was watching the videos, I could not understand what the man was saying. I said, okay, I'll use ChatGPT. Please teach me, at least break the basics down for me. But despite having more skills than ever before, many people still struggle to create value. Mr. Faithful, I'm back to you again. Why do you think understanding the right problem to solve is often more important than simply acquiring another skill?
So, from my own personal experience, right, I know many times, funnily, I just started my MSc program, Master of Science in Computer Science, right? I studied physics, now I'm doing computer science. But, you know, I've left school for over 8-9 years now, right? That when I did my graduation from higher institution. So I have not gone to school since then. Mostly been, you know, self-taught, just acquiring my own personal digital skills, right? And that is what has helped me from when I graduated up until like this very moment. So, you know, when I graduated from school, a lot of people had told me, can't do your masters, like why they are done with school, you already have a job, do this, just go and do your master so that you have like an additional degree. And I'm like, the degree is not going to do anything for me. It's not that if I do another master's, my salary is going to increase, right? Or it's not that if I do another master's, the only thing that is just going to hurt is one, maybe when they pronounce my name, they'll put MSc in front, right? So I needed to understand what value I'm actually going to even get from learning this skill. Was it really going to add any value to me? At that point, I doubted it. So what I then did was, you know what, I started doing my own self-taught, kind of like making myself more better at what I do, right? I work in a company that does a lot of like data engineering. We work with a lot of enterprise clients, right? And that was my first exposure to big data, right? I had not really done anything big data in the past. So, and here we're companies serving like multiple enterprise clients, and we needed to build, sometimes you have to build like really custom solutions for them, right? So what did I end up doing? The little that I had known, I decided to like take those and take myself from 20% to like 90 to like 100, right? You know, most often than not, people will try to like learn too many things and you end up becoming jack of all trades and master of none, right? What I then did was like, I didn't need to learn so many things. The little I knew, I made sure I knew it so well to the point that I could literally use that little skill that I had to build anything, right? I didn't need to learn so many languages now. Funny, AI has even made the barrier so low, right? These days, you don't even need to learn a new programming language, right? Once you understand how coding works, you understand the basic syntax, you can literally prompt, you know, the AI to build a project in a completely different language, right? All you just need to do is kind of like understand the context and syntax of what is going on. You don't even need to understand the inner parts of that specific language, right? Before AI came, a lot of companies would ask for specific skills. They'll say, oh, you need to know how to use these, you need to learn how to do this, do that, you need to learn this language, you must have experience in this. If you go and look at the lot of job applications in the tech industry, in fact, most of them will tell you, if you know how to use artificial intelligence, funnily, sometimes even during their interviews, they would mostly ask you about your day-to-day process flow using artificial intelligence to build products. Because nobody wants to have like a large, 20-man, 30-man team, right? Everybody wants a very lean team where everybody can manage, because AI can do basically almost 90% of what a software engineer would do. What would it take a software engineer months to do? AI is going to do it in weeks. The only thing that the software engineer does is context. He understands the context, he's able to like guide the artificial intelligence to do a specific thing. Now, about problem solving, right? I usually tell people, not every problem that you think about is actually like worth solving. How big is the problem you are trying to solve for? And sometimes, people don't even know they have a problem until a solution has been built. Right? I mean, very early on when, before the advent of e-commerce, in fact, e-commerce had even, what people now do is they mostly like sell stuff on Instagram, sell stuff on their WhatsApp, sell stuff on TikTok. Before, we used to have just, very big key players, which was just Konga and Jumia in Nigeria, right? Now, I knew so many developers who all they learned then was how to build an e-commerce website. It's literally pointless now because most people sell from their social media platforms. They don't even have a website, right? And they have like thousands and millions of followers, right? Now, knowing understanding the environment that you are in, understanding the behavior of people, right, would actually make you or give you like a very good, insight into what exactly you're supposed to build. And I'll give a very good instance. A lot of the softwares that we pay for in Nigeria, right, is priced completely differently from how they price it in Western world, right? A lot of us use Canva. We use stuff like, this is what are very popular. For example, your Netflix subscription, right? Your YouTube subscription. It's so heavily subsidized because of the Nigeria, the Nigerian environment, right? We don't pay as much as most of these guys in the Western world do. If most of these, international players should have come to Nigeria and priced their products the exact same way, they price their products in the US, Europe, and a lot of Nigerians will not be able to afford it, right? So, first of all, understanding like the people you are trying to pay for, that you are trying to build for, would they really pay for your product? Because in the long run, whatever you are building, the end goal is to make money. Apart from sometimes where developers decide to like do open source projects and make it free for everyone. But most often than not, most businesses, their end goal is to actually make money, because it's when you make money that you'll be able to like sustain your business. So understanding the context of the people that you are building for and their behavior would actually make you understand. And sometimes you can even do a survey. And for instance, we have like a very big, everybody here knows Chowdeck, right? We have used it at one point in our lives. Chowdeck actually started inside of Paystack. The founder of Chowdeck was a Paystack employee. And how we actually started Chowdeck was, he had built Chowdeck internally to be used by Paystack employees. So Paystack employees would order food on his platform. He had worked with a couple of like delivery guys and a couple of restaurants around their office area. So when they order food, people go to pick. They have like readers that go to pick and deliver to just the office. This was just within the Paystack employee. And they found out that, most times during their break time, instead of people actually going out to buy food, they just order. They place an order from his app. And almost a year after he had launched that inside of Paystack, he left the Paystack team and tried to like stand on his own. And today, Paystack is a multi-million-dollar, company. So most times, look at the community where you are present. Can you identify people, who you think have a problem and how do you solve for them, right? You pass your ideas or bounce your ideas between a couple of people, right? And try to like understand their pain points, and then you can then use, the knowledge that you've gathered to actually like build for these people.
Thank you so much, sir. Please, let's applaud him. Okay, so, I mentioned that you can learn a skill nowadays on YouTube or by buying a course. But there's another thing we can also do. We can learn things on social media, right? If you learn something on social media, can I see your hand up? Okay. So it has made learning, very accessible than ever before. But there's a downside. It has also made comparison much easier. Every day someone tells you, oh, this skill is the future. They'll tell you, oh, it's UI UX. The next day they'll say data analytics. Sometimes they'll say cybersecurity, and so on and so forth. As a result, many people, they keep chasing the next exciting thing without being excellent at one thing. So, Ms. Faith, through She Builds Africa and Digitech Hub, you've trained many people. What do you think separates those who actually turn learning into real opportunities from those who stay in a constant cycle of learning without building?
All right, thank you so much. Because I have like a backlog of working with a lot of people, and I'm sorry for the bias, but I work more with women. Like most of my career have been with women from the Google Women Tech Maker group, and so that translated. So, and most of the times I see people stuck with learning, year in, year out, and not working on any significant project or team that you can say you're building a portfolio from this. So usually I teach, the first thing I teach is a VIP model, which I've been using from way back, that has helped me get through from the aspect of learning to working on something that would validate that you know what you're doing, that you're not just ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth. So essentially, what that VIP model is volunteer, intern, and get paid. The VIP model for students, I tell them very freely, volunteer. There is a team of people. There are a team of people who volunteered for this conference, volunteers in this conference or this summit. Where are you? Yeah. So they are the next set of people who intern. Please clap for yourself if you volunteer, by the way. All right. So you're building something you don't know that you are, right? And that's what happened to me, right? I could just trace it. So if you cannot repeat a thing, or if you cannot produce a result, you never learned it. If you cannot reproduce a system or something you say you have learned, you have not learned it. A litmus test that you have learned it is you've worked on something and produced something out of it. So my recommendation would be try to work on from the very first day you are trying to learn something, join a team to add value to that project or that course or that stuff. If you're learning graphic design, for example, the first day that you will want to pay for that graphic design course, look for somebody to work with, a couple of persons, 5 people on the spot. Tell them, I'm learning graphic. As you are learning, not when you are finished. As you are learning, I'm learning graphic design. Let people know that that's what you want to do next. Let them bring you up to a team. I've done project management for the longest time, right? Strategies, ecosystem development. But at this phase of my life, I told myself I wanted to build products, AI-driven products. And so I started last year by learning certain things, building, and just in 3 months, I was able to build something very, very shabby, scrubby. I spoke to a bank about it. I was surprised. They wanted it. I'm like, yeah, it is actually, yeah. So I'm not just learning. I'm looking for somebody around, people around, a system where I can deploy that knowledge. That's the way to validate what you're learning. And as you learn, you know that at that point, whatever you learned yesterday cannot be enough, right? You always open yourself, but as much as possible, give yourself a percentage. The more you learn, 50%, if you learn 100%, deploy 50% before you take up another thing to learn. I think with that way, you'll be able to go far.
Thank you so much, Ma. So it's not just learning, we should also implement what we're learning, and that's the only way it's going to stick. So my last question goes to Mrs. Uzezi. Ma, we've talked about, okay, learning skills, implementing, but many talented people today, they don't lack ability, they lack belief. Sometimes all it takes is one person to just see something in them that they don't even see in themselves yet. So how do you identify potential in people who may not see it yet in themselves?
Did you get the question she asked? Okay, so I understand that there are a lot of young people that don't have belief in themselves, and like I said when I was speaking before, the truth is we don't have life all figured out, but there are some things that you see in yourself that will make you know that this person has a bright future. I was talking to my mentor some days ago, and I was telling him, I said, what made him believe so much in me? Like, I wasn't looking like someone that should be invested in, but he decided to, and he said some things that would drive how I'll answer that question. If you're a kind of person that is not satisfied with where you are now, can you clap for yourself? These are potentials in the house already. That's the first step. If you are not satisfied with where you are, it means that you want more. That's one step. Another thing is you are always ready to learn. You make mistakes, but you don't stop. You fail, but you don't give up. Because, people that give up, say you kick the bucket, you give up the ghost. You want to give up the ghost? No. So, you don't give up. Just continue at whatever you are doing. It will all make sense one day. This is something people always tell us then, that don't worry, I see you. They just see you and they see something about you that they cannot ignore. So be restless, not restive now, just be restless and know that there is more. That desire to know that there is more would make you to learn. It will draw opportunities to you. It will draw relevant people to you. It will make you have the knowledge that will take you to the next step. But if you are satisfied with where you are, then I would say that is probably the end of your life. So don't stop. So I founded Accomplitech by the help of my husband. Please, can we celebrate my husband? Yeah, so he made me start Accomplitech then. And because he wasn't satisfied with where I was, we're not married then, but he said just start something, start training. I said, no, I don't know anything. What will I train? But I just started. And today we've been able to we recently built a software that helps students write exams in school. So it's a CBT software. We know the old WAEC stuff now. I know this is a university environment, but for secondary school students, WAEC now is CBT. So we launched the CBT software, and the first beneficiary of that CBT software is my husband's school, Elite College. So he has a secondary school. You put on to clap again.
Clap.
So that's because we're not satisfied with where we are. The progress just keeps going on and on. So don't be satisfied with where you are. Keep learning. Volunteer as well. The way you're holding your mic is like, it's okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. Please, can we give her a round of applause? So, keep dreaming. Don't stop dreaming. So, we're about to take our Q&A segment. If you have any question, please signify by raising up your hands. State your name, what you do, your question, and who your question is directed to. Is there anybody that wants to ask question? Okay, I see a lady there. Okay, 2 actually. Okay, please can we pass the mic? Okay, 3. Okay, just 3. We're only going to take. Okay, we're only going to take 2 because of time. So these 2 ladies, I saw them first. So please can we give them the mic?
Good day, everyone. My name is Okonji Praise. I'm studying I'm a currently 200 level international relations student. So I want to ask, for an international relations student, what platform is best to start up a digital skill?
Who wants to take that? Miss States?
All right. All right. So first off, there is no major platform. It's not like one place that you have to go to. You have to do the dirty work of researching on where you are now and what you want to do next. And I believe you wanted to study international relations, right? So what was your end goal? What was the end goal picture you had in mind? Please help her.
Working in an embassy, like global
Working in
diplomacy.
a global embassy. Okay, all right. So that's quite understandable. But I'm not going to recommend one platform. I'm just going to say learn skills across board. Right? When I say learn skills across board, and I'm saying learn, if you want to, in the embassy, in the global embassy, you have to just do the dirty work of saying, what exactly do I want to do? Don't wait till it's perfect, till it's really perfect before you jump into the water. Let's say you want to work, for example, in, what's the people who do the check-out and check-in in the embassy? Immigration. You want to work in immigrations, right? Start to ask people, look for people who are in the immigrations at the moment, right? Start to take courses. Do a simple search on ChatGPT, with ChatGPT. In the next 2 years, in the next 3 years, I want to actually become an immigrations personnel, right? What digital skills, as simple as that is, what digital skills do I need to start working on? What courses do I need to start taking? I'm telling you, you will find a lot of things. I've recommended this even to industries I have no idea about, but I've seen people come back and take courses in different stuffs that the platform has recommended, right? And then one of the things you can do for yourself, one stuff you can do for yourself in digital platform is to create a visibility and talk about what you want to do. I might not be the best person to give this advice because visibility online is like, right? But you can be strategic enough. Either you want to do more of offline conversation or online conversation, I will highly recommend you reaching out to people online. I know all of us are on LinkedIn, right? All of us are on LinkedIn. No, good, I caught you. So that's my assignment for you, to actually just open an account on LinkedIn. Look for immigration personnel. Reach out to them. You'll be surprised. They are willing to help you than you're willing to be helped. And then I think you can get started with that.
Thank you so much, ma. Please give her a round of applause. Okay, so Mrs. Zizi wants to add something.
You, my sister. Sorry, ma, what's your name?
Okay. Okonji Praise.
Okoji.
Praise.
Praise. Okay, I'll call you Praise. So Praise, she has told you to do research, but let me help you do that part a bit. As an international relations student, one skill you can learn is data analysis, because you are going to be working with agencies, maybe the UN. You'll be analyzing lots of data, lots of information. So learn data analysis and start with Microsoft Excel. It's like the basic, but you can start with it. Start with Excel, then learn Power BI. With these two tools, okay, Power BI and Microsoft Excel, with these two tools, if you are going in with someone who just studied international relations as well, but you have those skills added, you'll be more valuable to that team and be very good at it. So learn data analysis.
Praise, I'm sure you know what to do next. So let's take the next question.
Hello, good day everyone. My name is Inbeke Victoria, 200 level, studying computer science. So the panel session has actually made me learn a lot of things. But the question I want to ask is that, you talked about skills and then using those skills you learned to also build something to show that you've learned something, right? I want to ask about, in this particular stage where I am now, you said not everyone has planned all their life out yet. So what if there's this scenario where you are trying to figure out actually which field suits you? I'm in computer science, all right, like what particular field? Sometimes there are different things that piqued my interest, and it doesn't really. Okay, right now I decided to go with being a product designer, and I started with UI UX design. But then at some stage I said, it's like this UI UX design stuff is not really carrying much. People even know how to use it. How will it really help me or bring me out or make me specific? And there are some times where I come with ideas to build something. And especially with, I think the first panel speaker that was like, right now, coding is not necessary. So when I reached the coding part of implementing that idea, I just stopped and couldn't, bring it further. So I just want to ask, how can I, move past this phase of trying to pick between one skill or the other, staying in one, or then stuff like that?
Okay, I think Mr. Faith would like to take that.
So I was once in your shoe. Unfortunately, I didn't study computer science in my early days, but I studied physics, and there were just a lot of distractions. It's a good thing that you have interest in like multiple things and are trying to like test the waters and see which one would actually pique your interest. However, you need to actually go back to the drawing board, because sometimes, like we said, what you are studying might not be necessarily what you want to eventually like do after school, right? The classroom is meant to prepare you for the outside world. So you might eventually leave school and might not even do anything related to software engineering or product design, right? You could even be doing something completely outside of sciences. So first of all, the first thing I would advise you to do is to go back to your drawing board. Like, look at things that, if you sit down, if you are, and this is me, I'll use myself as an example and I'll come back to what I was saying. People used to ask me, what do I do for fun? I used to say I code for fun, right? Why? Coding is something I would do without even getting paid. I don't need to get paid to actually write code. I can write code I can wake up in the morning and start writing code till late in the night. People will be watching movies, playing games, and having fun and doing so many other things, and I will not be distracted, right? Because that is what piques my interest the most, right? So you need to look for something that actually piques your interest, that even if people are doing a lot of other fun things around you, because this thing is, apart from it being, what you probably want to do in the future, is something that you just love doing for the sake of loving it, right? And that is where a lot of fulfillment will come from, right? I used to tell people, there are a lot of people who are doing 9 to 5 and they don't feel fulfilled. In fact, they're even making a lot of money, but they're not really happy or satisfied with their jobs, right? And it's mostly because they're not doing something that is fun to them. It's when you are doing something that is fun to you, you enjoy doing it. That is when you want to go the extra mile, not even considering whether your company is paying you for it or not, right? So you need to first understand, what is it exactly that piques my interest. It could even still be that product design. You've not just really found what aspects of product design actually you actually enjoy doing. It could be writing code, right? You just haven't figured out what exactly in writing code. So I'll tell you, don't just give up, right? The confusions they are bound to happen. You are in the early stage of your life. You've literally been just introduced to most of these things, right? So take your time and just start doing. Every single time you pick something new that you want to learn, you need to grade yourself. Okay, on the scale of 1 to 10, how interested I am in doing this thing? How interested am I in doing this specific thing? Also, if I start doing it, how long of my time can I actually commit to doing it without getting distracted, right? It's not like, I started working on one small project, then my friends call me and be like, can we go outside to play, or let's go out for dinner? Sometimes you even skip meals for something that you love doing, right? So once you're able to figure that out, trust me, the sky is the limit.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Faithful. Okay, so my DVC sir has a question. So, sir, would you like to ask a question now? Okay.
Thank you. I sincerely want to appreciate the panelists for the insights they provided, the questions and their presentation. Now, but before I ask my questions, I want to pass this comment in line with the questions that other students have asked. You know, this life is very funny. And when our sister there was talking about reading marketing, and now she found herself in tech. And I just remember a case that I had to mediate between a daughter and her father about 2 years ago. She read computer engineering, and she decided that she wasn't going to pursue that, and that she wanted to go into marketing. And so it was a big quarrel, and I had to step in. I listened to the girl, why she wanted to do marketing and all of that. And she was so convinced about what she wanted to pursue. And so I had to convince the father. I said, look, let this girl be. She was so sure of what she wanted, and she had started pursuing it. Today, the girl is a big girl in content creation and marketing. She's making it very well. And so, so you have somebody reading marketing and was just trying to think what to do, but now a path was created for her to go into marketing, to go into tech, and then you had somebody who was trained in tech and all of that now coming into marketing. So I think the most important thing is that you should have persuasion of the problem that God wants you to solve. So ask yourself, where does God want you to be? And then that will solve the problem of, okay, which platform will I train myself? Because you will have identified your purpose and what you think you want to pursue, and then you can pursue it headlong. Now, to my question, number one, when Mr. Desmond was making his presentation, he talked about this cycle of continuous development. Because he did mention about, when he was talking about the cybercrime and all of that, he mentioned that the same tool that you are using to improve people's life, others are using that same tool to disrupt people's life. And so he said, so you have to continue to try to ensure that you are not overtaking. So my question is, at what point do you get to know that, look, what you have done is being overtaken, and you need to step up your game so that they don't get you? Now, he used the example of the financial fraud. Now, is it after one or two of your customers have been scammed and they now made a report to you that, look, we have this problem, and then you now begin to think of, oh, what do I do to solve the problem? But then don't forget that some damage will have been done already. So that's my first question. It's not here. Maybe Mr. Faithful will assist him to answer that question. Then the second question has to do with job loss. You know, it's been repeated over this in the room today that AI is not there to take your job. Now, our sister who is into data analysis, a person like me will not be your customer, because even though I have a little understanding of data analysis, but today as a researcher, I know that I can't patronize data analysts, because I know if I put my data in Excel, and I know some AIs that I will upload my data on, and they will analyze for me. In fact, they will suggest to me what I should analyze, and they will give me the interpretation that I need, and I use that to do my research, to publish articles and all of that. So haven't AI taken your job? So I want you to answer that question. And then the last one has to do with what I call the political economy of AI, and especially when you think of the kind of the fund that we commit into getting value for some of the things we do. I know that some of these things are available, free. They give you some credit, and to some extent you can. But then, if you want to do some substantial, projects, you will need to pay. And I think, where do this money go? They go to UK, go to the US, and all of that. Now, for those of you who are experts, when do we begin to Africanize, or let me say Nigerianize these tools that we build our own, so that this, fund can come this direction? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, so we'll take the first question.
So I'll take the first and the last question about the building. So Desmond was talking about, how we currently use AI to solve problems. And like you said, the same tool that, we are using to solve problems, some people are using it to cause problems. And from a lot of people who are into tech and have been following the news, we've been seeing how US and China have been throwing tantrums at each other, accusing each other of stealing their IPs or stealing people's data or using someone's model to train another one. There's just been a lot going on in the industry. And also, recently, Anthropic released a model that they call Fable, and it's arguably the most powerful model in the world, and people are using it to actually do a lot of crazy things around cybersecurity. Now, most times human beings have this default behavior, and it's not just applicable to tech, right? It's a behavior thing where we usually do more of solving a problem after it has happened than trying to solve for the problem before it happens. So it's not just a tech thing, right? It happens literally in your day-to-day life. Oh, you have an idea that there's something wrong in your house, but maybe on the thing finally, okay, for example now, your pumping machine has been giving you signs that it is going to pack up. But instead of you to call the plumber that is going to repair the pumping machine, it's maybe one morning when you wake up, from your bed, you are trying to go out of the house, pumping machine refused to work. That is when you remember that, I should have called the plumber. So it's actually a behavioral thing. It's not just limited to tech. So to also answer your questions, I think more recently, because of how advanced artificial intelligence is going and how people have been seeing that people can actually take advantage of the system to perpetrate their, evil. What a lot of people have been doing is they are trying as much as possible to put a lot of preventive measures in place, right? For example, there's a tool that Netflix kind of uses. They call it Chaos Monkey, and essentially what Chaos Monkey does is Netflix kind of, so there's in the tech world there's something that we call DDoS attack, and it's more or less you have external people trying to take down your servers, right, by sending a lot of requests to you and all of that. So Netflix has this tool called Chaos Monkey that they built internally themselves. And what that Chaos Monkey does is, Chaos Monkey kind of acts as an attacker. And from the name Chaos, it literally just causes some kind of chaos in their system randomly. Can literally take a complete production environment down, And what they've tried to do is, they did that so that they'll be able to build more resilient systems, right? So they are coming from the preventive, measure now. They are trying as much as possible to make sure that, okay, in a scenario, in a case where something like this happens, can we build a system that, can automatically recover without human intervention and all of these things? Can we detect abnormalities in the system? So, because, and God so good, we have artificial intelligence now that can literally do most of the work for you, writing the code and everything. So most of the companies are now heavily investing into AI, right, where they can use, artificial intelligence to build internal systems that kind of prevents most of these things from happening. But to your point, sir, the issue of, solving a problem after it has happened is a human behavior thing, and it's not just limited to tech. Then also, to your point about, when are we going to get to the stage of Africanizing things? You see, one of the biggest issues that we have in Nigeria is infrastructure, right? Artificial intelligence, and just to give you an idea of how AI works, right? Artificial intelligence is energy reliant, right? It takes so much energy that if you are going to be running an AI cluster inside of Anchor University, right? Anchor University currently does not even have the capacity to support an AI cluster because the amount of energy the GPUs consume is so much. The GPUs are very, very small, but they consume as much as your pumping machine in your house. So imagine you running multiple pumping machines at once, right? Now, the cost that you are even paying for your AI is subsidized. No one is paying the true cost. Heavily subsidized, right? So, we have, in Nigeria right now, we don't even have the infrastructure. Electricity is like the key component. We don't even have 24 hours light. So how do we even want to power the infrastructure for building AI data centers? So we first of all already have like a fundamental problem here, right? Before we now think of, okay, we need to have people who are AI researchers, you know, and most of our knowledge have been exported. There are a lot of Nigerians, you know, Africans that are, you know, AI researchers working in most of these big organizations. And why are they working there? We don't even have the infrastructure to support their work, you know. And you can bear me witness, even within the academic sector, right? A lot of us, right, you know, would have to take sabbaticals and go outside of the country to go and learn something, which could have been done right in Nigeria. Why? We don't have the infrastructure to support it. So, you know, Nigeria already has like a fundamental issue that affects literally every sector in the country. And the first thing is, until we are able to solve our electricity problem, a lot of sectors will still lag behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Faithful. So, very quickly, Ms. Faith, would you like to take the second question?
He directed it to me.
Okay,
He told me that he's not going to patronize me. Okay, sir. So to answer your question, I would say that AI would not take my job as a data analyst if I don't know how to use AI. So now, I'll give the story of Joseph in the Bible. One thing that people are looking for, businesses and organizations are looking for, are not just data analysts again, but business intelligence analysts. Now, when Joseph interpreted Pharaoh's dream, let's take that as the data. That was the data. He interpreted the dream. And after interpreting the dream, he went a step further to suggest what he could do. And then immediately at that point, a new job role came up, the role of a prime minister. There was no prime minister in Egypt. And then he became the prime minister. So if you give your data to AI, what AI will not do for you is AI may not understand the full context because you are the person. It may work for you because it's your business and you understand the context there, but it can't work for everyone that way. Anybody that wants to just put up your data to AI to analyze, there would still be some glitches. What AI would not do is, it doesn't understand my competitors, it doesn't understand my markets. It may have an understanding, but in the real sense, like real life, it doesn't understand it fully. So you still need that human place. Human that understands business intelligence, human that knows where those marketers are. He knows he can go and meet one of them. Okay, I saw that sales dropped in July. What really happened? Na the weather pan take komodo. So we're not able to do this, we're not able to do that. So AI would not have an understanding of every single thing. Even if you try to feed it with everything, you still need that human place. Plus, it's not so healthy to give up your whole data to AI to analyze for you for privacy reasons. So if you're not giving your data to AI, it means you must have an understanding of how those tools work. You may just do a prototype of that data, and when it gives you the analysis, you know how to feed it into the real data. So I politely say, sir, that you will still patronize me. You can't take my job. Thank you.
Wow, it's been back-to-back knowledge. I've learned a lot. Can we please give a round of applause to our amazing panelists? Make it louder, please. Okay, thank you so much. So,
I think he had a third question. They wanted to put in.
he answered. He answered. Okay. So, before you guys take your seats, I would like for you guys to, before you all take your seats, I would like for you to come and I would love to take a picture with you guys. And I also like to call on the convener of this event, Dr. Abiodun Mustafa. Sir, please. I also love to take a picture with you.
Yeah, the chairman, my chairman, sir. Please, sir. And registrar, sir. Opportunity comes but once. You can stand in there. Stand in there with Okay. I have a mentor that can promote you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So I'm going to invite the Dean of Faculty of Basic, Medical and Allied Sciences as she steps forward. Here, Dr. UJ Mikoro. All right. You'll be helping us make a presentation to our speakers. So I want to invite firstly Mrs. Uzezi Akinwaleola. Please step forward. All right. Please quickly. Yeah, please. Please, if you got value from the panel session, can you celebrate all of our panelists? That was wow. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Uzezi, I want to thank you for your invaluable contribution as a guest speaker at the 2026 Anchor University AI Summit. Your insights inspired minds and enriched our community. With sincere gratitude, I'm saying thank you on behalf of the Director of the Digital Humanity Unit, in person of Dr. Mustafa, and every member of the organizing team. So thank you so much for being a part of this.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so, okay. All right, so I want to also invite Faithful Ojebi. Thank you so much. Newsflash, myself and Faithful attended the same university.
So we want to thank Faithful Ojebi. Thank you for your invaluable contribution as a guest speaker at the 2026 Anchor University AI Summit. Your insights inspired minds and enriched our community. With sincere gratitude on behalf of Dr. Mustafa and the entire university community, I'm saying thank you. Thank you so much.
Wait, I should be joining these pictures so that when they blow, they won't forget me. All right, thank you. All right, let's also invite Samson Faith. So I met Samson Faith first were co-speakers at DCLM Tech Community. And then we met for the very first time at Easter Retreat this year. Thank you so much.
So, dear Sam, may I call you Sam? Samson Faith. I'm seeing Sam. Samson is the surname, isn't it? All right, so I want to thank you for your invaluable contribution as a guest speaker at the 2026 Anchor University AI Summit. Your insights inspired minds, enriched our community, touched us, every one of us. We really learned so much from you, and I believe our students will get so much from what you've given them. So on behalf of the entire university community and the acting director, we say a big thank you for coming.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, ma. Thank you so much, ma. Can we celebrate? Can you celebrate our dean? Thank you so much. What is praise? Praise, you ask question, right? When you go for event, be asking question. Oh. Tell your neighbor, when you go for event, be asking question. Oh. So, Mrs. Uzezi Akinwale-Ola is offering Praise a 50% scholarship to study data analytics and cybersecurity.
Please, let's keep appreciating her for that wonderful gesture. Thank you so much, ma'am. So, thank you so much for that wonderful panel session. I I learned a lot. I mean, as someone who is in the humanities field, will I say transitioning myself or trying to dabble into the tech field once in a while, I would say my eyes have been opened. I was blind before, but now I can see. So I would say I learned that there's always an intersection between what you studied and your digital skill that you want to learn. So what you have to do is to just find where that meeting point is. Look for it and also harness it. Don't just say, I'm not in the science field, I'm not in the tech field, so what am I going to do? There's nothing I can do. No, absolutely not. So you can actually look for that intersection and harness it very well. Also, find your community. Find your community. I'm sure there are lots of tech communities in Anchor University among the students. Am I speaking the truth? There are lots of communities that we can actually join, those that are actually interested in. You can speak to some of the organizers of these events, and they can lead you in the right path. Thank you so much. Then also, hoot your own horn. I mean, even if you've learned, you've taken that course, you've learned what the tech skill, how would people know that you know this thing? So we're actually going to have a networking session where you can actually do that. So don't be embarrassed about telling people what you do. Oh, I do this. Oh, I'm learning this. That's actually going to give you the leverage that you would need. So thank you very much for that wonderful panel. Can we give them a round of applause again, please? So the media, I'm waiting for you. We'll be playing okay, so we'll be taking a little bit of interactive section, or will I call it interactive section, before we go on to the keynotes. Before we go to the next keynote speaker. Can I have the picture on the screen, please? Just quickly, in 2 minutes. Yes, yes. So I'll be having 2 images on the screen,
And I want you guys to do one thing for me. One of it is actually AI generated and the other is not. So I want somebody to actually stand up and tell me which is AI generated and which is not. Please, can the media project the picture, please? So can we see the pictures? So quickly, I just need someone to tell me just in a few seconds. All right, so I have a hand there. Please, can you come quickly? Oh, okay.
Okay. The first one is not generated, while the second one is generated.
Wow. This, can we give her a round of applause? She's actually correct. So the first picture is not generated and the second one is AI generated. So right about now, we'll be going to the next speaker. That's the next keynote session, which will be taken by Dr. Ademola Adenubi. Dr. Ademola Adenubi has over 20 years experience across academia, public service, private enterprise, and research. Please, the media, can we have his bio up now, please?
Ademola Adenubi. Dr. Adenubi is an associate professor of the computer science and an accomplished ICT professional with over 2 decades of experience spanning public service, academia, entrepreneurship, and research. He has made significant contribution to the growth of Ogun State's digital ecosystem through innovative solutions, mentorship, and unwavering support for the technology community. He was notably nominated for the prestigious 2024 National Information Technology Merit Award by the Nigerian Computer Society in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the Nigerian ICT sector. Dr. Adenubi holds a PhD in computer science from the University of South Africa, a master's degree in management of information technology from the University of Nottingham, United Kingdom, and a bachelor degree in computer science from Olabisi Onabanjo University, where he graduated as the overall best student in his department and faculty. Beyond academia, is the founder of EduTech, an award-winning edutech platform recognized among the top 50 edutech startups in Africa by Nike. Under his leadership, EduTimes has attracted international grants and continues to transform educational administration across Africa. A passionate mentor and community leader, Dr. Adenubi remains committed to empowering young talent and advancing digital innovation for sustainable development. With great honor and much delight, please make welcome Dr. Ademola Adenubi.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. I'm not too sure how best to observe the protocol. And I'm sure in the room here, there are people who are in language. So if I say I want to, what's the usual thing about protocol? I want to adopt the existing protocol, or I want to stand on the existing protocol, but the protocol is too big for me to go and stand on it. You know, that means I'm not a Yoruba person, because you can't stand on the elderly. And if I also say, let me align or stay by, I don't know. night. That was a lot strenuous. Isn't that? It was a lot strenuous. And as much as that is, I thought that will end at that point. Now I'm a faculty member in the university, and then you also now have to prepare lecture notes. And you want your lecture note to reference about 2-3 different textbooks. So does that mean you have to read these 3 textbooks before you can now prepare those lecture notes? And the interesting thing around the world today is that things are changing, and they are changing pretty very fast. So something I possibly would have told somebody 2 years ago in the class is not fit for the class this year. I joined the academics around 2011, and I was probably not talking about AI. Any lecture note anybody developed that time, there's nothing like AI in it. So you can't use that lecture note now. So you have to represent it. And if you have to now go and read AI textbooks, like 3 different sources, because you want to make your lecture notes rich, I'm sure before you end up reading that one, the semester has ended. You get it? So those were the confrontation. Those were things that confronted, or that are still confronting, students and lecturers today. And that's the narrative we have in the academics or in our university today. And I'm pretty sure that some of us are experiencing it, isn't it? But is anyone who is aware that there is AI in this class? Everybody is aware of AI. Who is not? Even if you have not used one, you have used Facebook, the WhatsApp AI, you have used the Meta, Abi? But then the reality is, how effective is this, and how are you going to be using this? So what we need, slide 3, is that we need to be able to now change this narrative, and that's what AI has brought to us. That a lecturer now can come and be more productive. It could put like 10, 20 materials into a machine that can put it through and generate the lesson notes. And then he can come to the class with it. Things that ordinarily will have taken him like 1-2 months trying to read and write out the lecture notes, he could do it faster, thereby improving his own productivity. But the reality is that he still must prepare the lesson note. So nothing has changed the preparation of lesson notes, but something has happened, is that a large volume of data or materials can now be summarized in a way you want it. Even for the students, you can now also put things together and also get a summary of what you have to read. You possibly don't have to read the entire 200 pages, but then you will still not lose anything out of the real content in that textbook. And then you do this for your own. And what we're now saying is that the way we do, we're beginning to now have a partner with us who can help us do the reading, provide us the summary, and then we can read everything without reading everything. I don't know whether you get it. You can virtually read all the 200 pages handout that the lecturer has given without necessarily going through the whole page. So something can assist, and that is what a partner does, but you still must read. Because if you feel that one thing will read everything and you go to exam, I think somebody is missing it. So now it's for us to be able to do this, and then we can do this smarter. That's next slide. Is that now we're having AI platform that could do all of this for us, so that we can read smarter. And I will just be introducing just 2 platforms that I feel some of us may know. There's this Notebook LM from Google. Have you heard of that? So Notebook LM is pretty good for academics, and what that means is you can put 10 sources there and then give a prompt and say, I want you to do this and do this way, and then you get all of the 10 resources coming back into one single resources for you. So with that one single resource, you could easily now read and read faster without losing anything. But there's always a caveat. Do not trust AI too much. So even as you read those things, AI could possibly have gone out of your 10 content resource and pick something from elsewhere. So validate whatever the AI has given you. And so you could do this summary, and because you are preparing for exam, Abi, you could use another platform and say, Google LM, Notebook LM, you have given me this as my new resource or my new lesson note. Let me put this back to ChatGPT and say, ChatGPT, from this resource, generate 10 questions for me with answers. Now you have that one, you can practice for exams. I wish I had this in my days in the university. Maybe it would have been a better thing. But then, we had to read the hard way that time. But ChatGPT can actually prepare you for exam. But you also know one thing that I have found out about students is that do not assume you know it until you use your hand to write it down. Because it's easier to ask anybody, what's your name? Ademola Adenobi. Write down your name. Then you might begin to ask yourself, do I write Adenobi Ademola or I write Ademola Adenobi? Which one will be marked? So sometimes it's necessary that as you also use ChatGPT to do this, you also practice and practice and practice. And for whatever you get out of this AI, always ensure that you go back to the original textbooks and verify that the content is right. So AI should never become a replacement for reading. It is a companion while you are reading. So you don't take the AI as something that should take this. And I think the next slide, I just provided an example of how you will be able to use Notebook LM to do a summary for you. So you can just go to Notebook LM, for those who know it, .google.com, and then the next thing you are doing is you want to create a notebook, and it asks you to add your resources. It provided multiple options for you, whether the resources will be from a website, it could be a textbook, it could also be even your own idea, it could be the lesson note that, or the content that the lecturer shared. Put everything there and then ask it to do this. Notebook LM even provided you option where you can begin to interact with all of those resources, like asking what's computer science, what's electronic device, just asking, and it's looking through the entire material and providing you option. It makes learning becoming fun for you. Then I also provided an option for how you will also use ChatGPT to also be able to interact and say, ChatGPT, these are my material. ChatGPT provided you with attachment of file. You can attach your lesson note or the textbook. Virtually all textbooks have a copy online now. And typical Nigerians, we don't buy. So you don't go to Amazon, you just, there's this PDF drive thing, and then pick any textbook there, and then you can push it to ChatGPT and request that it should generate questions for you to practice for exam. I'm sure for those who have been using it, they will have been a better student in the class today than those who will have to take all the night reading through all the textbooks. Now, I think this is where I would just want to emphasize and will be one of the major things that I have to talk about, is about how do you therefore get the ChatGPT or the Notebook LM to give you the right answer. I've seen people come on and say, ChatGPT, what is the definition of photosynthesis? It looks like that's how we have ChatGPT, Abby. And definitely it will give us answers, pick it everywhere. But prompting is the bedrock of how you interact with any AI platform that will be engaging for education. So you must have the right attitude and the right knowledge of how you interact with this AI platform, especially with your ChatGPT. And what I provide here, for those who do not have it, is an architecture for a perfect prompt. So do not just come and say, ChatGPT explain photosynthesis. That looks perfect. It will still give you something, but it's not the best. It's not going to give you the right answer that could aid your learning. So take it this way, that the real formula for your statement or your prompt is that first tell ChatGPT what role you should play. How do you act? So my example here, I'm reframing it and say, act as a biology professor. So you are already informing ChatGPT how it should behave, so that it's almost mimicking who your professor or your lecturer is. Provide the next thing. What's the context? Under what thinking arrangement should ChatGPT think? And say, well, I am an undergraduate of biology 200 level who is taking Bio 111, maybe introduction to biology. Now you have provided the next thing. What exactly then do you want ChatGPT to do? You can now say, ChatGPT, describe photosynthesis for me. So the next thing is you define the context, what's the role. I can also tell ChatGPT, do not go outside my lecture notes. Get this thing within my own. Because you can upload something and ChatGPT will go and look for another definition from another world. So you provide the role after the context, provide the task, what exactly is it to do. What is to do is explain the topic photosynthesis. You know, I didn't just write, explain, or describe photosynthesis. I first started, act like the biology professor, and that I am a 200 level biology student. I'm providing the context. And I said, do not take this thing, any answer you are giving me, outside the note that I'm giving you. If you have done that, then I'm saying, this is now the task. Explain photosynthesis. So once you have given it the task, then you say the format. How should ChatGPT return your results? Do you want the result to come in as bullet points? So that you can say, return the result in bullet points. Or say, okay, return the result in thematics, each thematic area coming with a description followed by bullet points that can further explain it. Now, you can conclude by giving ChatGPT an example of how the result should look like. That's okay, like describing photosynthesis in a flashy point or in a photo, I mean in a diagram. Now you are giving it an example so that when ChatGPT is also thinking or providing you results, it's also following an example of what you will be doing. And it's this that is defining the way education will play in this century. I've had reason to ask people that for some of us who are faculty members, if our learners or our students will return results to us this way, how then are we going to be assessing them? Do I still expect you, or do I still have to give you a question, homework, that will be describe photosynthesis? I'm pretty sure nobody is reading. Somebody is just using ChatGPT to say, with this prompt, give me the results, and then everybody is coming to school the next day to come and submit. I'm aware that I think University Harvard is trying to change the order, that now if you are giving such question, don't just submit the result, submit your prompts along. Because we're no longer going to be assessing the product, but we'll be assessing the process. It's not about the answer you are bringing, but about the process you followed at arriving at such answer. And I think that will go majorly for the academics. Beyond that is that now I have done all of this. I've been able to know how AI will help me be a better person as a student and possibly using AI to be a better faculty member. But then how is AI going to now make my career a better thing? You know. And that's also very important. And that will make me to talk to us about automation. Today, I have got to know that I could do my lesson notes and get it out. But a lot of people have problem managing their time now. Though Google Calendar is helping greatly, that if you have an appointment with someone, you can put it on your Google Calendar and request Google Calendar to, like, once it's 1 day to it, remind me. Once it's a day to it, remind me again. Once it's 1 hour to that program, send me a reminder. When it's time, send me a reminder. You know, a lot of us will have missed a lot of assignment or task if we don't do this. But then, for us, even as academics, it becomes important that I have lecture notes. Let's create a scenario. I'm sure most of us have seen this happen in university. Every set have a WhatsApp group. Is that the same thing here? That for a class, there is a WhatsApp group. And it's always on that WhatsApp group that people will drop the lecture notes. Bam. Is it? That if you have lecture note or new material that's given to the class rep, he will drop it on the WhatsApp group, and then what? Okay, if you don't, I'm just creating a scenario. Let's assume that there's a group and someone is dropping something there, and then you have to pick it there and now go through the same route that I've just mentioned. From that now, you now upload to LM, you do the summary, then you now start to do the reading. You know, no one wants to work again. I am privileged to be an employer of labor, and I used to tell my team, I'm not hiring a hardworking guy. I don't need you here. I have done that one before building this. So don't come and do a hard work here. But I want a smart guy who can make any repetitive thing happen like the next minute. So don't work hard. If you come here and work from 8 to 8, you have not helped me. Just come and do 1 hour or 2 hours that is productive. And so in our space, we deliberately provided a heatery, and then a game center. It's an office, but they have snookers there. You can walk in there and go and play snookers. As long as you do the real thing. And the real thing has to be a smart one. It has to be a smart one. So what if we create a system where as the person drop the lesson content, the lesson material on the group, something is picking it up. It's helping me to create a calendar that I have to read this on Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And it's also at the same time helping me to go to Notebook LM, do the summary, and then also generate some quiz for me, and then tell me when to do this. And so I know what to do at when to do it. And I don't have to download from WhatsApp again, create time to go to Notebook LM to upload. I don't have to do the prompting. I don't have to do all of these. I also don't even have to go to Google Calendar and schedule when I have to read. Can something pick this up and do all of these settings for me? Because that's the way we're going to work this year or this century. So that leads us into agents and automation, where AI, without necessarily that we have to build, do it by ourselves, it can by itself know what we have to do it for us, and then we are just plugging into these opportunities. So that will make me to talk about the AI automation, and I've just created example of this. So Notebook, we have this AI automation platform like the Claude. Are we aware of that? And then you also have this N8N that I will also implore that people can use it to do all of this and achieve it. Because that's our best we will now be able to bring in a kind of an enhancement into how we read. Because today, I was with one program with Oracle, and the conclusion at that kind of seminar was that students are not reading the way we teach again. And so we have to teach the way they learn. And that is also from a background that if you go outside this place and see young people You see them, they spend a lot of time on their phones. But I tell people, do you think they are not doing something? They are doing something on the phone. It is just what is there that they are busy with. So if you provide something different, they will also be engaged in it. So the best way to get people to read now is to take the content to where they will naturally be because of this digital migrant nature that we have. So I provided example of automation, just like I've described, where people could use Claude to create an AI automation that could perfectly fit into whatever industry they are or whatever program you have. I've addressed it as those in computer science, for instance, could build AI automation that could help small businesses to run their stuff. And I will pretty challenge our computer science students to get their hands dirty with something like that. I also look at example for those in mass communication and someone in political science. You know, we're almost in the political era now, and there's a lot of things that people are saying on social media. Those who are aspiring for offices need something like sentiment analysis, where you could tell me where on the planet today did they talk about me, and what's the summary of what they've said about me. So can someone build an AI for someone in mass comm or in political science who could build an automation that could log into Facebook, Twitter, X now, or LinkedIn, and pick all of what they say about anybody's name that you mention. And then it could gather all of this together, summarize them, and tell the next governor, on a daily basis, I can give you an information about what people say about you. Don't have to go to all the Facebook. I built an agent that will read through the entire Facebook of indigenes of this state or anyone who reside in this state, do an analysis of their opinion, and give you an idea of what people are saying, and then suggest to you what a response you should be giving and how your response is even traveling. You can imagine how much money you will make from that. I think I've just given somebody an idea of how to build a business, and that's going to be my last thing here. For those who are also in the humanity, I feel people could look at history of this most town. I think we have a lot of town in this part of the world, towns here and there with different history. Can someone build and read through what has anybody talked about Ayobo here, and then put that up and summarize and let your AI just do a kind of historical archives. So you are not even an historian, and you don't have to go and read the history book, but you can get an AI that will read all of this and provide an archive and tell people, now this is what I do. And anyone who wants to read the history of any town, put your town there, it will go and search for all that has been said, put the fact. It will also do some truth analysis, put the facts where people have alliance, an agreement on some positions, and say these are where there are controversies. And then I'm pretty sure a lot of people who wants to know about history will find your platform also interesting. So this is how AI will also help us to chart a path for our career and can help us this. So that's going to be my last slide, is level up as we move from campus to the future office. I think it's about how we will be able to use AI as it relates to our industry to see what is in our industry and what will AI do in our industry. And then from here, while we're here, we start working on it, and then we start validating our idea so that as we leave the university, we can build a complete career along that line. And that's my own story about how I built EduTimes. I didn't build EduTimes when I left the university. I built EduTime as a technology platform for school management because I experienced a problem in the university. And then I started figuring out how to solve it. And to the glory of God today, we've solved it. And today, I think EduTime has grown from one-man team to about 40 direct people that work in our tech space today. And then we run the platform as one platform that runs the entire state of Ogun State today. From primary to tertiary education system, the platform runs it. And so I sit on that kind of data, and I think that is massive. But that's also telling us that there is a whole lot of opportunity that this will create. So for those in humanity, for those in the computer science and the sciences, there is always an intersection of your field and AI. And for you to create a whole lot of career paths, it is therefore important that you find a way of putting AI to what you do. Because AI is not going to replace people. Definitely not. It is just going to be that those people who do not align with it may not find anything to do. Because the reality I can tell you today is that if you come out of here and say you are a developer, I want to hire you as a developer, but I want to ask you how much of AI knowledge you have. Because you're going to face a whole lot of big tasks that you can copy a part of your codes in, and then AI will help you generate or correct your, or debug your codes, and then you bring it back. So even if you say you are, which field is here? You are nursing. For me now, I may be wrong, but if I feel anything in my body, I'm first asking my WhatsApp, I have these symptoms, what is it looking like? So that when the doctor is telling me another thing, I'll tell you, Ogbeni, I'm not too sure that is the real thing. No. Let's look in this direction. And even if you give me a drug now, I can go back and say, will this work for me? And then I can even explain myself. As much as that is not replacing the doctor, it's only making me a better person to understand what the doctor is telling me and to get me in a better position for me to validate what the doctor is saying. So AI will not replace intelligent people. It will only mean that people who know how to use AI effectively will outperform those who do not. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. No, not yet. You'll be part of the panel session. Okay, thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful keynote session. Please can we give him a round of applause once again? So, those of you that are scared that AI will replace you, what you just have to do is to be more intelligent. I mean, so that AI will not replace you. Am I correct? So thank you very much, sir, once again for that wonderful session. So right about now, we'll be going to the second panel session. And the panel session will be moderated by our leader in person of, who is also the coordinator of the Institute of Digital Humanities and Technologies, the person of Dr. Mustafa Abiodun.
All right, thank you very much. I think firstly I will invite Dr. Adenobi to come and have a seat. Dr. Adenobi. Protocol, please help me with this. Please have your seat. Yes, sir. All right. The next person to be on this panel, I know some of you, when you saw the flyer, some of you were like, is she coming? In fact, somebody was like, is he going to come? All right, please play me the video of our next panelist.
Leke Abiola. Leke Abiola is a multi-potentialite, distinguished music director,
Media
performer,
people is like
and educator who...
They need like they need malt. Protocol.
Miss Onyi Oshikoya. Onyi Oshikoya.
Yeah, please play the media vintage for our next panelist.
Miss Onyi Oshikoya. Onyo Shikoya is a visual artist, writer, and digital creator who documents her creative journey and reflection on life online. Her work centers on storytelling, creativity, and encouraging others to pursue their dreams and ideas with confidence and consistency. With great honor and much delight, please make welcome Miss Onyo Shikoya as she comes on stage with a beautiful smile.
Oh, you can smile, eh? All right, yeah. Somebody wanted to hijack the introduction. They're like, I would like to introduce this person. She was there for me. There was a time I wanted to solve a problem. She solved it for me. Ladies and gentlemen, the next person you're going to have after this vintage is someone special, and we'll be having a media. Please, let's have the media introduction.
Angela Luajayi is an AI consultant at EY, one of the Big Four firms, and the founder of Arcade AI, an innovative exam grading platform that helps teachers create and grade theory exams faster while giving detailed feedback to students. She graduated professor degree in computer science from Babcock University and formerly worked as a data analyst writer at Vidicom, a top data and analysis consulting firm in the UK. Angela was also a respected voice in the media, contributing to top publications such as AI Advances, Level Up Coding, Data-Driven Investors, and Collateral. There she reached over 5,000 monthly readers and has grown a personal following of over 2,500 data and AI enthusiasts. She holds 2 Microsoft certificates in data analytics and data science, and is also a Google certified ML engineer. Angela Lua is a passionate writer, a curious traveler, a strong believer in God, and someone who loves trying new things. In her free time, she enjoys writing stories and spending time with families and friends. She's committed to making data AI more accessible through education, writing, and innovation. With great honor and much delight, please make welcome Angela Lua Ajayi.
I thought you would clap very well. All right, now that my panelists are seated, I can sit now. Can I sit? All right, no media introduction for me, don't worry. All right, please, can we have mics for our panelists? Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Mars. I'm deeply grateful, and I'm really delighted to be moderating this panel session. I need to firstly share, the first time I listened to Dr. Adenubi was, I think, 2018, when they had Ogun Tech Summit at Cultural Center in Abeokuta. And I was so delighted. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Adenubi came all the way from Ijebu, Ife today. Thank you so much, sir. And on this panel session, thank you so much, Oyin. Oyin smiles a lot. I hope I will not come and learn from her. All right. Even AI, when AI was doing a video, AI had to smile. It's all right. Thank you so much, Angela. Angela, thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. All right. In this panel session, we're looking at the multidisciplinary career. Will your degree still matter? There are a lot of people thinking right now, oh, with the things going on in tech, why do I need my degree? Does my degree matter and all of that, all those conversations? And then just get prepared. I think I'll take maybe 1 or 2 people from the audience if you have questions for them. So I'm going to be starting with Dr. Adenubi. Sir, I'm delighted for what you do. You are currently an associate professor, director of ICT, and then you also you founded a tech organization and also manage an incubation hub. So looking at it from the inside out, you've had inside knowledge of the academic space and also working with people outside. What have you found out that young people will thrive in the tech industry? What are those traits that they have that distinguishes them that seems like the academia does not seem to give to them?
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me first answer the part where does your degree matters. It does matter. It's like if someone walks into this room and then you say, this is Ademola Adenobi. And then the same person walks in and you say, Dr. Ademola Adenobi. And the next person, the same person walked into this room and you say, Professor Ademola Adenobi. I'm pretty sure that that appellate will make you to look at, let me see the last person. He's a professor. So whether he's going to talk jargons or he's going to talk the right thing, you first want to listen to the person. And that's what your degree does for you. Your degree first allows you to enter into the room. At least, once someone says you are a degree holder, they want to listen to you. So you pretty need that one. But the next thing that the world is turning around is that people now want to ask, what skills do you have? You've just told me you have a first class in computer science. I say, yeah, well done. That's the kind of person I'm looking for. So I bring you here. The next thing I'm asking you is, can you do this? Can you do this? And if you now say, oh, I can't do it, then I don't want to talk to you again. But if you say you can do it, then I want to listen to you. So that's how the degree thing works. But then, what is happening in the industry and what's happening in our university is that I think I said that a bit when I was postgraduate student at Nottingham, is that you see the university running industry connection every semester. That in between your course, there's someone from the industry who is coming. So if you take research methodology now, or we did software project management, and then you are talking about the project management, and then nobody from the industry is telling you how what you are learning is used in their space, then there's a disconnect. I saw from that university that there's always industry experts who is always part of the curriculum. And then there's always this regular job fair that they just bring like a room like this, they just bring different business owners, different companies, they come around, students interact with them, and then they get to know how the industry is thinking. There's also the other part I also see is that you don't get to do PhD unless there's an industry who is saying there's a problem. So you get a PhD most often in Nottingham for a scholarship because there is an industry that has declared a problem, and then the fund is there, and then you are undertaking that study because your outcome is going to solve a problem in the industry. I feel that's not something that we're doing in this part of the world that is making some of our undergraduates to think that the university is not worth it. And now people say, school is a scam. But it's definitely, it's not a scam. It's like, that's the incubation area. That's where you are supposed to prepare for whatever you do. Even for those who are in computer, I know some of my colleagues then back in the university that time, people don't like software engineering. And they assume almost the same thing that a child will assume for mathematics, and just assume without even being told that mathematics is tough. And then he just carried that in his head and began to see it as tough. So, but then the reality is that the software engineering you are taught in school is a foundation upon which the industry is going to build. So if you don't understand very well this loop, you don't understand this assignment statement, and then you are coming to do something, it takes a long time for you to understand. So I feel if our institutions are connecting directly with industry, then the university will be a better one for it, and that's what I will see today. So from my perspective as a faculty, I think our education is still fine. The kind of training we give our students in terms of how they read and prepare for exam. But if you ask me in terms of how we connect them with the reality of what they will meet in the industry, I think we'll still have a bit of work to do. And I'm pretty sure we're moving in that direction.
Thank you. Let's celebrate Dr. Adenobi. Very amazing. Only can gist. if you watch Oyin's video online, you say this auntie like gist. How many of you agree with me? You see. In the mouth of two more witnesses. Now, there are students in medical sciences. There are students here in humanities. There are students in law, where their field has a lot of things to do with everything being perfect. I want you to share with us, how has you sharing incomplete stories, maybe projects are not complete, and then you try to always share the journey. Has this helped you over time? And what are lessons you have learned from sharing your experiences, even though they didn't eat perfection?
First of all, hello everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me. So to answer your question, from publishing the unfinished work, what I have learned is that opportunities rarely come to those who look perfect. They come to those who are visible. Most of the opportunities I have gotten, like this wonderful opportunity to talk to you all here, they did not come from being perfect. They did not come from getting a first-class degree. They did not come from having a perfect CV. They came from people seeing my work online. People had seen me draw. They had seen me write. They had seen me speak. So when they reached out to me, I did not need to convince them because they had already seen me do what I do. So yes, that's what I learned. And also, showing your journey, it allows people to see how you think. It allows them to see how you communicate. It allows them to see your growth. It allows them to see how you solve problems. And most of those skills I just mentioned, like your thinking skills, your communication skills, your problem-solving skills, that is what people really want. That's what makes them remember you. So yeah, I would recommend every single person here to just post the unfinished work. Don't care about perfection. No one cares about perfection. They want to see the real you. They want to see your struggles. They want to see how you solve your mistakes. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Oyin. I'm going to go to Angela. Angela transformed something that looked like an undergraduate project into a solution and then a company, which is amazing. I think I remembered, if you want to celebrate, just celebrate Grace. Celebrate Grace now. And she still had a first class. In an era where we have students who believe, if I'm running a tech business, if I'm trying to build a solution, I may not necessarily do well in my academics. You had a first class, you built a solution, now you're running a company. Can you run us through that journey and what anyone who is building something that matters can learn from that experience?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Abiodun, and thank you all for having me here today. To speak to what you have asked, I just want to put it out there and also to compliment what Dr. Ademola said. You do not have to sacrifice one thing for another thing. You do not have to sacrifice your grades to do something beyond what your grades cover. So just to put that out there. So now, I'm going to speak from the perspective of when I was a student, how my life actually was. So when I was a student, I didn't think or know I would build a company after school. It wasn't part of the plan. When I was in my 100 level, my 200 level, my 300, that wasn't part of the plan. But one thing I was always making sure of was that I wasn't just going to leave university with my degree, the paper. The paper is important. It's going to open doors for you. Besides my company, I also work in a big 4 firm. So yeah, without my degree, I wouldn't be there. So you need that, yeah? But while you're still trying to get your degree, you just have to always create time to get the extra skills because that's what people pay for. People do not pay for your degree. Your degree just shows them that, okay, you have what it takes. But what they actually pay for is what you bring to the table, okay? So that's what, so yeah, you should basically try to balance both of them. You should try to get your good grades, but then also try to build those skills. I mean, look at you, you're all seated here today. It means you're doing extra. It means you're going extra mile. You're here to get more knowledge beyond what you're learning in the classrooms. So yeah, you're taking a very good first step or second step if this is not your first tech event. But yeah, basically that. It's not going to be easy, I can assure you. You're going to have to make sacrifices. You're going to have to choose between seeing your friends every day and just taking out a few hours to work on that skill you're trying to build. You don't have to have it all figured out today. You don't have to know what the next 5 years will be like, but just always make sure you're improving yourself every day and you're not just doing the bare minimum, which is getting your degree.
Thank you. Can you celebrate Angela? Thank you so much. I'm still going to stay with Angela, and I'm likely going to ask Oyin the same question. Despite the fact that you built a very amazing tech product, you still do a lot of amazing writing, which has really helped you build a lot of influence. For you, how do you still create time to write? Despite the fact that you have to build advocacy for your brand, you have to scale customers for your product, you have to still move over time. How do you build that consistency to share your story, even as a tech startup?
Okay, so thank you for that question, Dr. Abiodun. To be frank, to be very, very, very frank, building a startup is not easy, okay? And I personally haven't been able to consistently manage both my writing and my startup and my, my Big Four job. So one suffers for the other. My writing is no longer as consistent as it used to be, but then I still try to put myself out there in other ways. So when it comes to how to actually manage multiple things, which I think is actually the main point of the question, how to manage multiple things at the same time, because I don't think there's any point in your life where you would actually just have one single thing that you're doing. You would always have 3 to 4 or 5 if you're a workaholic. You would always have a lot of things on your plate, basically. So how I manage everything is by, number one, being very structured. I do not play with my time. I always structure my time. Every single day, I know exactly what I am out to achieve. I make use of Google Calendar. So I think I heard Dr. Adema say Google Calendar. So everything is on my Google Calendar. Even if I want to go out with friends, it goes on my Google Calendar, because if it doesn't go there, something else is going to steal my priority and I would not have time for it. And you have to make time for everything. Your goals, your family, your friends, your hobbies, and etc, etc. But yes, first thing is making use of tools like Google Calendar. There are other alternatives like Microsoft To Do and the likes. But yeah, basically managing your time well and then also staying disciplined. It might be difficult for a lot of people to be disciplined because, yeah, discipline is tough. But one thing that has really helped me to really stay grounded and follow through with whatever I plan to do is something called a reward system. So I always reward myself. After a long week of hitting all my goals consistently, I could reward myself with like 5 hours of my favorite K-drama. So something like that, basically. It doesn't have to be a movie. It could be your favorite snack. It could be a trip. It could be time with your family or whatever. But basically, always reward yourself so that your brain kind of ties the hard stuff to positivity, because it knows that once I get this done, I finally get a good reward for getting it done. So those two things, basically, they go a long way.
Fantastic. Let's celebrate her. So you can do well, promote your brand, you can still write, and then do all the things you have to do and be excellent at it. Oyin, you create a lot of content. Tell us, how do you manage all of this? For students, for example, I know you've been doing this even as an undergrad. And from your videos, I found out, you told us about how the graduation story went and all of that. How were you able to create time? A nursing student has to go for clinical posting, come back, and then they stress them, and then they have a lot of classes. A law student is telling you, they are telling us to do all of these assignments. How can they manage their time, still build influence, and then stay productive?
Okay, I'm going to be very honest. When I was in school, I cared more about content than my school. So my CGPA, like before I started creating content, was like 4.9 CGPA. When I started creating content, I graduated with a 4.49, so it dropped very, very, very low, and I was crying because I wanted my first class. I did not get my first class. So if I was to advise my past self or anybody here who wants to be a creative, I would say right now, focus on school. That's one thing I really wish I did. I wish I focused and I got the first class I wanted or the class upper I wanted. But another advice I would give is that creativity doesn't always have to be a big thing. When I was in school, I thought, oh, I had to post every day, I had to paint every day. Creativity can be small. It can just be journaling every night. It can be taking pictures. It can be sketching. So you don't have to focus on doing big creative things. You can find time and do the small creative things. But like I said, please focus on school. Get that first class if you want the first class.
All right, thank you. Let's celebrate Tony. That was very, very honest. Dr. Adenubi, sir. Dr. Adenubi, you manage a lot of talents. You have an incubation hub where you incubate, accelerate solutions. Can you share with us what are the things you see in people that make you choose them? There are many a times even their lecturers may not see. You know, because a number of times there are people I lecture to, and there are people when you look at them and feel like, oh, this guy is not doing well and all of this. And after a while, some of them leave school and begin to do well as business people. So I want to know, what do you see that makes you adopt and then incubate the startups into your solutions? And what would you advise people who are not in computing, but they feel, I want to own something in my field? Like I want to have like an health tech, I want to have like an edtech company. What can they do, even though they don't know coding?
Yeah, thank you very much. This is lengthy, but I will also be a bit truthful. Like she said, startup is not an easy thing. No be beans. But let's still look at it. For me, when I meet people, I want to first of all see that you are committed to your dream. And this was also one of the foundation things that I was clear with all my team when I started EduTimes, 2011, 2013. Interestingly, some of the key people at EduTimes were my students. And let me just share that story a bit. I knew what I wanted to do. I was in the class, I was teaching software engineering, and we were to use Java. So I got into the class and I said, okay, yeah, we're going to give you an assignment, build something like an ATM solution, and then we're coming back to class to come and demonstrate. I said, those who did it on their own, go this side. Those who they helped you to do it, but at least you know that those who just collected it and then come to submit. I said, no, you are not going to be penalized for whichever category you are. I just want to know those who are presenting. And out of that presentation, I was able to see 5 people who were actually good at what they do. Not that they got it right, but they had a very strong passion that they attempted something good. And then we got talking and said, okay, yeah, this is what we're going to do going forward. So they had to be trained. So we started mentorship along the line. So, but then I think that's one part, is to first identify that someone really wants to do something. It doesn't matter whether you know it or not. If you are too eager and too passionate about it, knowing it is a small thing. Then when I wanted to build EduTimes as a corporate system, and I was telling myself, if we're going to bring people on board, we do not need competent people. I only needed committed people. So I saw a lot of young guys who were at that time very competent, but they were not committed, because building a startup is a long journey, and you really need people to be consistent with you along that path. So we yanked off all competent people and went for those who were committed. Because by being committed, they just want to get it right. And they were not bothering about even what they were paid. It's just like, look, I have this assignment, I'm learning on it, I'm growing, and they are doing extra things. So that to me, it's like, okay, yeah, this guy, you need to work more with him or her to see that they can grow. Then I think that's one part. And the other part you now have to look at is, how do you identify talent when you see one? Is that someone can talk about any idea, just come around, give an idea of what. It doesn't have to mean that you are in my field. I just want to be sure that, one, you know what you are doing and you actually did a little more job finding about the industry you want to play with. If you say you want to build a legal system now, we talked about AI. You get it? And I know that lawyers have a whole lot of documents to read. And all of these documents that they read, they also want to be able to cross-check facts. Can someone can explain that this exists as a problem and then begin to inquire more into it and tell me this is it. I'm helping you with the figures immediately. That, yeah, I think if we do this and then one lawyer is paying 10 naira and then I get to 10 naira and then this. I can tell you that, young man, go further into this because it's going to be money. And that's important. The other thing is that when we now build this thing, do you really need to have technical skill to be able to build your dream? Maybe I will tell you this 5 years ago that you needed it. This year I will tell you no. You don't need any technical skill to actualize your dream or to build a product. Because now we're talking about no-code platform. There are AI platform that just describe your idea and it will build the product for you. It will generate all the codes, build all the backend database, and get it ready for you. And say, okay, look, convert this to mobile app for me. It will work, and then you download the APK file, and then you are good to go. So, which means now, is the idea and the passion that is more important than you have the coding knowledge also. And I would say also through our graduate internship program at EduTimes, I would say about 55 or 60% of our staff didn't have computer science background. Some of them are political science, mass comm, agric, soil science, and then they moved into computing because they actually went through that program. It's about passion. And when we are able to identify that people have that passion, then I think for me they are good. But then now the question of building a startup as a founder, what then does it entail? I'll tell anyone today that it's about making a very strong decision that do I want to go this route. And at every different stage, there will always you'll be confronted with moment of decision. And you don't have to be sentimental about it. And I tell my team most of the time when we have our quarterly session that if it is not tough or painful, then it is not a decision. If it's not tough and it's not painful, then it's not a decision. If you don't have to look at someone who is very good and then you have to fire that person, you get it? It's not a decision. Because a decision is like you have to take a tough one and you weigh all your options and then you have a backup plan for it. Then, apart from the fact that you have to know around the product and the industry, being a startup founder, you need a whole lot of knowledge. You need to have a little of law, a little of accounting and finance, because sometimes, 2 years ago, I disagreed with my accountants. They came up and gave me some fine analytics around the figures. And I said, you know, as much as this looks fine, I feel we have to break the rule. And then we did something weird. It works fine for us, but not in all cases sometimes. But it's because I also undertook a little of finance for the business people or for the non-accountants. To actually know that, okay, yeah, this is how my cash flow is going to look like. And right in my head, I built up my own cash flow myself. And I have an idea of where the big weights will come in and how I'm going to share the load in that month or other month. So I completely disagreed with him at that point. So you wouldn't have been able to do that if you do not have that kind of little idea. I tried to lay my hands on product development so I could figure out how a product will work. I grew up as a software person, and so I have an idea of the engineering thing, of the product. And I try to also pick my hands on sales and marketing to also see how do you sell, especially building a business model, and see how do you break a market, you know. So at some point I had to go into a business class. And today I think I'm about to enroll at the Imperial College Business School, where I'm currently an online student, you know. Because you need a whole lot of knowledge to be able to manage a firm. And maybe if there's anything you ask me around managing now, I say the biggest task is managing talents. You get it? And I'll tell you this, and that's something that I think for me, every day I look through my talent list. I'm looking at the threat level, and I'm looking at how do I provide an alternative. Because you could talk to a staff today, and the next morning is telling you it's gone, and you already have a tax on ground. And I'll share one example with you and how I dealt with it. On Monday, I met with my team, and then said, okay, yeah, I want to do this and this. On Tuesday, we met. On Wednesday, I came in the morning. I was traveling on Wednesday. And I left them on Wednesday. So Thursday evening, I settled down. And I was calling back the office. As I was checking my mail, 2 people were leaving already, who were part of those we had my meeting on Monday and on Tuesday. And that immediately taught me one thing, that we needed to have understanding of our talent management. And so I had to develop a system of building a pipeline for talent, as such that I have a lot of people in the waiting list. You get it? So we train a lot of people. We invested in training. You know, imagine if I had to take an undergraduate and I'm paying you for training, and I'm not even interested in whether I will take you or not. I've not made up my mind. You get it? But I've solved a problem, which is if anybody leaves, I have like 3, 4, 5 people on my waiting list who I have invested in that they can be available. And you know what it is? It's about understanding the economics of money. That what I have done in that instance is that I've just looked at the margin of money I'm paying you for training and what I will have paid you if you had that experience at the time I will employ you. So I have saved money. You get it? And those are things that anyone who will build a startup will have to be very strategic. You need to understand the economics of money and metrics for measuring your growth. And please read wide, listen to people. Be sure that at every point you are one step ahead of your team. But then, if you ask me again today, some of the decisions I took about 5, 10 years ago, I won't take it again. If I'm hiring you now, you should know more than me. You get it? Because the only reason why I want to hire someone is that there's a problem I have. You should know it more than me for me to bring you on board. So that's how things are changing, and those are things that anyone who is founding will definitely know that if you are a developer, I think that is like you have just been able to do like 5-10% of what it takes to found. That as a developer is like 5-10% of what it takes to found. You need to understand money and business, and that's going to take, and then maybe again today, you need to understand how to make a very strong network, because you are not going to sell if you don't have the right network. That's important. So you need to know where the network is, because your net worth is actually your network. So, and if you are how to do that, maybe I'll also share with you how to sell to people. And I think this is also very important based on my experience. Let me just share this. Based on my experience with young people, people build solutions today and they want to sell today, they want to make money today. That's going to be a magic. No one is buying from you immediately. They buy your profile. Let me just put it that way. People buy your profile more than they buy your product. You know, it's like if Dangote comes here now and tells us that he's selling Bob. You know, we don't know Dangote for Bob. But if Dangote comes into this room now and says, I'm selling Bob, people are buying Bob already. They are shifting and buying the Dangote Bob. Not because the Dangote Bob, as at that time, is something that they have experience of, but because that Bob is coming from Dangote, they want to buy. So what I tell people today is if you build, look for free users, people who can help you use it. Identify one major person or one major organization who can use your product for free. You get it? As they are using it for free, they are helping you with marketing. Because the moment they can pronounce it that they use it, hello, you are already there. And the next customer is not going to ask whether the first customer paid or not. He's going to pay the money for the first and the next other one. So don't come in and negotiate money first. Negotiate traction. Traction is more important than the first money you make. And that's something that helped every time. You know, it's like if you read this book, These 48 laws of power by Robert Greene. There's a part of the law that is saying do not appeal to people's mercy. If you come to me and say, I want to sell this product to you, I will assume you want to take money from me. But come to me and say, look, I know you have this challenge. If I give you this thing, it will solve it. Because everybody is selfish. And that's the reality. You get it? You might not be selfish when you are trying to make it. But when you make it, the reality is that you become selfish because you want to make more money. You look at what works for you first. So someone coming around to me and say, look, I have this challenge and I have this that can solve it. I want to quickly talk to you because I want to solve my problem. If it now solves my problem, that's when I want to negotiate with you and say, oh, this thing is good. I don't want you to take it away. Then I begin to look at my option. Can I do it myself? Can I tell this person that let me get you the next customer so that you take me free, I continue to enjoy it free? It's only when I use it and I'm satisfied with it that I come with the option of negotiation. And that's how you move on. So whatever negotiation I now give is now what it takes you to move to the next level. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's celebrate. That was a long one. Thank you so much. One question, anybody? Okay. I'll take, one person here and one person there. All right, Let's tell us your name and go straight to your question.
My name is Christiana, a nursing student. Thank you all for this panel session. It was amazing. So I want to ask Ms. Angela, the journey of your academics and your startup and everything in general, were there no days you lost your spark? Like you were feeling overwhelmed, like, oh my God, this is too much, but then you continued. So that phase, what kept you through the journey? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's take someone from there. So just take them all together. So our panelists just give your final words. Yes, there's someone here, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Maz. I'm Ife Oluwa by name. I'm a dietitian and I'm a founder of an organization, a diet health organization, but majorly what we do is majorly online. So I actually came to get more knowledge about the ethical view of AI and how to make sure that while trying to automate and bring in AI to our health and operations, how do we make sure that what could be the biggest risk for us and we talked about it to avoid breaking that ethical view. I don't know if you get my questions, sir.
All right, thank you. So I will just answer that directly. The next panel session will address security and ethics. Okay? All right, thank you. Any other question? Yeah, let's take somebody here. So please, our panelists for the next panel session, please take note of our question. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Gila Luatobileba. I'm a nursing science student on your level. I want to ask, how do one combine tech skills with nursing that will make one outperform in the job market after graduating?
Okay, so yeah, Angela, let's.
All right, Christiana, right? Okay, so thank you for your question. To answer your question directly, I have had countless overwhelming days. I'm not kidding you when I say building a startup is the most challenging thing I've ever done in my entire life. And honestly, if you know you don't have strong head, and if you know you don't want to you want a soft life, don't go for a startup. It's not glamorous. It's not what you see on LinkedIn. Please, it's very trench. It's very hard. But yes, I've had very overwhelming days. But what has kept me going, there are actually several things that have kept me going. Number one is definitely my faith.
speaking to God about what I'm going through and just asking Him, God, please just get me through this, please. So that's like the biggest thing. Then the second thing would be having a support system. So my support system, they are my team members. I built my startup with my friends. Most of them are my friends, actually. So yeah, my team members, they are my support system. My family members, they are also my support system. So having that support system to just like console you when things get really tough, when something goes sideways and things like that, it really goes a long way. And then you would also have days when you just feel like giving up. You just feel like, you know what, this startup thing, I'm not doing it anymore. Let me just go and, do the easy thing, You would have days like that, and you just have to remind yourself of why you started. Every time I have to remind myself of why I started building Arcade AI. I have to remind myself of the problem I'm trying to solve or the problems I'm trying to solve. So when you remind yourself and you're like, nah, if I don't continue building Arcade AI, this problem will probably keep persisting. Or God might raise somebody else to solve the problem, and that person will not be you. And you will look back 5 years down the line and have so many regrets. So some days you just have to like give yourself this reminder, and it's to just like keep you going. So yeah, I mean, that's basically for my startup, but then this applies to everything, whether it's your academics or your business or anything. Whatever you're doing, you always need your support system. You always need to run to God even when things are easy, you still need to run to God. But like, yeah, and then you also need to remind yourself of why you're even doing what you're doing to keep you going.
Yeah, thank you. So finally, Oyin.
I'm going to answer the young man's question where he asked, how does one combine tech skills with nursing? Is that what you asked? Okay, yes. So, tech skills are very broad. There's editing, there are more things, but it's a very broad thing. But what I would say is that, like I said earlier, we live in a time where visibility is the best currency. So what I'll say is that you should document online. And it doesn't have to be TikTok. Some people are not comfortable with posting videos. LinkedIn is there where you can write. Substack is there where you can write. There are so many social media platforms, and you can do different things on them. So you can document what you are learning. I follow a psychology creator. She always comes online and just says what she's learning. I also follow an engineering creator. He just documents what he's building. I follow a medical student, and she just creates educational health content, explaining different things. So that's what I'll say. You should document what you're learning online. Don't overthink it. If you have learned something interesting today, you can post about that. Just stay in people's faces and be visible.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's celebrate our panelists. Yeah, media team, let's take pictures. Let's take pictures. Yeah, my photographers, where are you?
Different tongues, we're united in our strength and resolve to uphold the honor of our land and for generations to come.
This token of appreciation to you,
We'll defend
Thank you so much. I want to invite. You have plenty fans. Many. But I'm going to invite who actually made this recommendation and has fallen too much in love with you. He's not a guy. He's not a guy. All right. So I'm going to invite Oreoluwa Akimbinu. She seems to learn a lot from your work. Please help bring our presentation to for Oyin. Thank you so much, Oyin. We celebrate you. Please come. You join the picture. Yeah.
So on behalf of Anchor University, we present this token of appreciation. We are happy that you're here with us today, and we hope to see you more. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I celebrate you. Be following the people that you can contact. The people you can reach out to and bring. Not the ones that I'm following you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the momentum is getting very, very intense. We have a special musical artist, a guest music minister. This atmosphere is going to change in the next 10 minutes. I promise you. Join me as I welcome on stage my brother, my friend, one who has ministered on GCK. Welcome Minister Abiola Leke as he comes on stage now.
Leke Abiola is a multi-potentialite, distinguished music director, performer, and educator who works at the intersection of music performance, education, and business. Is the CEO of Wonder Skill International, an organization dedicated to advancing music education and nurturing talent globally. He holds an MBA with distinction from Oxford University, USA, an MTNF music scholar, and an alumnus of the prestigious Muson School of Music, where he graduated with distinction. A certified multi-instrumentalist, Leke holds certification from the Associated Board of the Royal School of Music, London, and Muson in piano, flute, violin, choral singing, and music theory. Leke served as the artistic director of the Wonder Skill Orchestra and Choir, where he leads and manages over 30 musicians to deliver high-quality music performance, concerts, and training programs. He's also a recording artist known for songs such as Mercy and Storm Still, as well as his instrumental series, Sounds of Hope. Leke is the host of My Life, My Music Show, platform where he leverages the power of music to inspire individuals and contribute to
Sound check, 1, 2. Sound check.
music, education, and
1,
leadership.
2.
Leke Abiola continues to empower people to discover their gift and use them to make meaningful impact in their communities and beyond. With great honor and much delight, please welcome
Wow, if you want to make that for Jesus, can you make it louder for Jesus? No, are you celebrating Jesus sitting down? Anchor University. Come on, can you give it for Jesus? For Jesus. Amazing. Thank you so much for having me. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. I want to specially appreciate some VVIP in our midst. If your hands are not too busy, can you help me celebrate those people? Clap for them first. Clap for them. Clap well before I talk about them. I'm talking about no other person than you. Can you celebrate yourself? Yes, you've been so amazing. I've been part of the program from early hours of the morning, and you guys have been here taking in all the notes, taking in all the nuggets. You deserve another round of applause. No, celebrate yourself well now. Come on. Add some smile. I know you're tired. Add some smile. Awesome. It's great to be here, and it's been a great afternoon, a great day of learning. We'll just be doing this together. Are you ready? No, you don't sound like you're ready. Are you ready? Okay, so it's just very simple. I'm going to divide this all into 2 choir groups. Yes. So I'm going to have group 1. Let me have this column for group 1. And then group 2, I'm going to have these 2 columns. So I've made your job so easy. I'll be displaying the lyrics of the song. Are you ready for this? We've heard a lot about AI, artificial intelligence, and all. But one thing I've seen interacting with people is the fact that a number of us, without ourselves, as some of our speakers were talking, somebody saying, oh, I've got this also. I can do much more than this. And then you doubt yourself. And I've come to tell you, you've got much more in you. And now is the time to unleash it out. Are you ready? And then we have the advantage. Ask me what's the advantage. I'm talking about divine intelligence. So let's do this together. Media, can you take the music up? It's a song you know, so we're going to do it together. Are you ready? You say. Media, are we good? So this is what we're going to do. This column, you're singing verse 1. Everybody joins in at verse 2. I have this column for verse 2. Everyone joins in at the chorus. Then verse 3 we sing together. Are you ready? Take it up louder. Now, Okay, so who won? Okay, let's do one more. Hey, you know, the question is this: what's the whole essence of AI Summit? Is to make our world a better place. Tell somebody, make our world a better place. Look for another neighbor, tell the person, heal the world. I'm sure you are aware we've got problems all over the world. And the world is waiting for that Anchor University student that will solve the problem. Tell somebody, heal the world, make it a better place. Okay, let's do this together. Heal the world. Are you ready? Media, are we good? Let's go. If you care enough for the living, make a better place. Can you stop the play track? Heal the world. Can we sing together? Let's go. Heal the world. Come on, louder. Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. Deborah, if you care enough for the living, make a better place for you. One more time. Can you scream it louder? Heal the world. Come on. Anchor University, for you and for me and the entire human race. Deborah, people dying. If you care enough for the living. Can I hear the guys alone? The boys alone. Guys, are you ready? Let's go. Heal the Lord. Give it to me, your baritone. Okay. For you and for me and the entire human race. Deborah, people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place. Ladies, are you ready? Let's go. Heal the world. Make it a better place for you, for me, and the entire whole table. People dying. If you care enough. Now everybody together. 1, 2, 3. Heal the world. Heal the world. Hope for you and for me and the entire human race. Deborah, people dying. If you care enough for the living, Anchor University. For you. AI Summit, Anchor, thank you.
Once again, let's give him a round of applause. We enjoyed it, right? So give him a round of applause because he deserves it, please. So quickly, without much waste of time, we'll be going into our final panel session. Okay, before then, we'll be taking a presentation. Sir, please. Yes, sir. So we'll be inviting on stage the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Anchor University to be giving this presentation. But please give him a round of applause till he stands here.
Thank you. I'm very happy for making this presentation because this is a face I've been seeing and been enjoying the music and the flute. I'm so glad that I'm meeting you personally today and also presenting something to you on behalf of Anchor University and our Institute of Digital Humanities. So this is presented to Brother Leke Abiola. Thank you for your invaluable contribution as a guest music artist at the 2026 Anchor University AI Summit. Your insights inspired minds and enriched our community with sincere gratitude.
Thank you very much, sirs. So quickly, we'll be moving into our final panel session. So we'll be inviting on stage Miss Ojonuyo Oji. So media, please. Habayo. Please give her a round of applause as she comes on stage. All right, on to the next speaker. We'll be having Mr. Jonathan Ayodele to come on stage. So media, his bio. Please give him a resounding round of applause as he comes on stage. Welcome, sir.
Designing, implementing, and supporting cybersecurity solutions for organizations across diverse sectors. It brings a unique blend of technical expertise and business acumen, helping clients understand and adopt cutting-edge cybersecurity strategies tailored to their needs. He holds a master's in cybersecurity from Coventry University, UK, and is passionate about using technology for social good and mentoring enthusiasts and beginners. His expertise spans across industry and is dedicated to empowering professionals and entrepreneurs to harness the full potential of AI in achieving their goals. He has been nominated for several awards including the SME African Award, the UK Cyber Diversity Award in England, and the UK Youth Cyber Award in Wales, and recently the CCC Award as a Tech and Digital Champion. With great honor and much delight, please make welcome Mr. Jonathan Ayodele.
You're welcome once again, sir. So we're having next on stage Dr. Deborah Aleburu. So media, please, her bio.
Dr. Aleburu is an educator and a dedicated academic leader who has impacted thousands of lives through her
She's
teaching,
coming on stage,
mentorship,
please.
and
Let's
service.
give her a round.
Our areas of research are but not limited to network security, information security, artificial intelligence, blockchain, and health informatics. She began her academic journey as a research assistant at Babcock University and later served as a lecturer at Caleb University and Mountain Top University, where she contributed meaningfully to the growth and development of students in the computing field. Today, she serves as a lecturer at Anchor University and currently holds the position of the head of Department of Computing. Through her leadership, expertise, and commitment to excellence, Dr. Aleburu continues to shape generations, inspire young minds, and contribute significantly to the advancement of technology education. With great honor and much delight, please make welcome Dr. Aleburu.
So to moderate this wonderful panel session, this is the last. So I want you to be ready for this session. I want you to get your jotter and your pen and get ready.
Elizabeth
Calling up
Emily.
the moderator for this panel session. It's no other person but Miss Oluwa Moroti Faithful. So please let's give her a round of applause as she comes on stage.
Okay, good day everyone. Good day everyone. Hope you're all excited to be here today. All right, so firstly, I would like to sincerely appreciate the organizers of this event for trusting me with this opportunity to moderate in this final panel discussion. And honestly, I am very, very excited to be here. So yes, without further ado, I would like to appreciate every one of us who has taken time to be here. In fact, please, can we give ourselves a round of applause? All right, so before I get started, I would love for us to appreciate our panelists. Not only have they come looking over prepared for this session, they are coming looking absolutely amazing. Please, let's give a round of applause for them. All right, so the topic for this final panel discussion is the security cost of AI adoption. And honestly, when I first heard I was going to be the one that was taking this panel discussion, I paused for a second and I had to think, where am I going to start this panel discussion from? But I thought about it, and over the years I've made use of AI tools like ChatGPT. I've used it to express my opinions, to brainstorm about project ideas, and to even do my assignment as well. And I'm sure I'm not the one that has done that. Or audience, am I the one that has done it for assignments? All right. So without further ado, I would love to start with my able HOD, Dr. Aleburu. Please, can you give her a round of applause? So Dr. Aleburu was actually the HOD of the department when I was in 100 level, and currently she's still the HOD. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Aleburu. So all right, my first question. Okay, so many students learn AI security in classroom, but the real world often looks different. So from your experience as both an educator and a security professional, can you tell me some of the biggest difference students should expect when they start working on real world projects?
All right, thank you. Thank you for having me. And yeah, most of the time I would say, just to go straight into the point, when we look at it in the classroom setting, the coursework, the syllabus, when we talk about security, most of the time we always focus on the theoretical model, the modeling. Oh, we are coming up with this model, we are trying to improve this model. But in the real world setting, in the organizations, what we have is not just the model we are looking at. We're looking at, it's a whole component. You have your APIs, right? You have your RAGs, you have your data pipelines, you have a whole lot of components, and these components are all working together, not just the AI model in this context. So I would say that most of the time when we look at a student going into the real world, you look at, okay, I am in school. Yes, we say, oh, let's look at the model. The model is not just one part of the security aspect that we're looking at. That is one thing. Number two, threat is constantly evolving, right? I was discussing with some mass comm students yesterday. I said, look, Today you come up with a solution. In the next few minutes, someone is already looking at sabotaging and coming up with a threat. So threat is constantly evolving. So if we stick with, this, I know most of the time when we train data in classrooms, we use static data. But in the real world, you have real users that are actually using these systems. You have the real users, you have real data that is actually interacting with these systems. So it goes beyond just, yes, it looks perfect when we even evaluate the systems in the classrooms. We say, oh, this model performs so much better. But by the time we are getting to that situation in the real world, I say, oh, based on this data, the real life data, the users that are, because one thing is that you cannot actually predict users' behavior. You can't predict who is actually using the system. So there are differences when it comes to that. So when going out there now, we are now thinking about, oh, okay, how do I manage all the security aspect, not just only in the AI's modeling scenario that we are being taught in the classroom. I will stop.
All right, thank you so much. That was really insightful. Please, can we give a round of applause for Dr. Leburu? So, all right. My next question goes to Mr. Jonathan Ayodele. Please permit me to call you Mr. Jonathan. So yes, I have gone over Mr. Jonathan's LinkedIn. I've gone over his portfolio. I'm sorry to say this out loud. And I've seen his work there is into cybersecurity. He's a cloud security engineer and he has worked with thousands of professionals as well. So my next question is this. So many technical professionals work with managers and business teams who may not fully understand cybersecurity. So I want to ask, how do you explain AI security risks to non-technical stakeholders in a way that helps them make informed decisions?
Okay, thank you for having me. That's a very important question, especially for technical people who are technically inclined. I think one of the major challenges that a lot of us have who are technical professionals is that we are so focused on our code, right? Building things, developing things, the security aspect of it. But how do we communicate the risk to CEOs, to CFOs, to top management in a way that they understand this risk? So that's a very important, that's a very prevalent challenge. But the virtue of the work that I do, I consult for most of the major banks in Nigeria on cybersecurity. And one of the things I've majorly seen is, having to do presentation. Imagine having to do presentation to an ED of a bank, or having to do presentation to a director of one of these, of one of the major banks in Nigeria. So when you are speaking about cybersecurity, it's major thing is about the risk. What is the risk? How does it affect business impact? So before you get to that, you say the key point is communication. So how do you communicate that thing in a way that somebody who is not in your field would understand it and be able to relate with it? So for example, you're saying, okay, if you want to cook rice, how do you explain the taste of jollof rice to somebody who has never tasted jollof rice? How do you relate it to something that they know, that they can be able to picture that representation in their brain, even though they have not experienced it? So that has to do with your communication skills. So that's a big aspect on not the technical part, because many people focus on the technical part. But when you're communicating to your managers, when you're communicating to business people care about bottom line, how they want to make money, how they want to grow the company. So if you are coming with there's a lot of vulnerabilities in these systems, the application is susceptible to several kinds of code and things like that, they don't understand what you're saying. What they are concerned is, okay, how does this relate to my business? How does this relate to the organization as a whole? So that comes from how you communicate the risks of the AI security. So a lot of organizations use AI in their businesses these days. I'm sure a lot of us also use AI, dumping all of our information, files, personal information into AI. So if I want to communicate that kind of risks to maybe a CEO or a manager to say, okay, these are the risks of what you are allowing your students, your employees to do, I would say something around the lines of putting your information, all of your information into AI might not necessarily be a good thing for your organization, because somebody can access those information in a way that can be detrimental to the organization, and if your information should be leaked to the public. I mean, we've seen a lot of people that their information gets leaked, data privacy and things like that. People accessing information that is not even without any form of authorization, authentication. So if your data, your organization's data, imagine you have a startup, we talked about startup in the previous panel. Imagine you have a startup, you are building some solutions, you have written your code, and somebody just access, because you use AI in your system, somebody just be able to jailbreak those AI systems and get access to your data. So that is the risk. So now you can understand the risk of that. I did not go into any technical thing now. If I am to go into the technical thing, I can say things like maybe model poisoning, prompt injection, and some other things like that, but you might not understand it. So communicating the risk, going back to the question now, how do we ensure that business owners, managers, and even top professionals understand the risks of AI systems? It's about communicating the risks in a way that they can see how it relates to their business. So that's a very, very key important thing. And that has to do with your communication skills. So cybersecurity, AI security is not just about the technicals. You must know how to also communicate what you're doing in a way that organizations understand the impact, they understand how it affects them, they understand where they come in, and also the decisions that they can make when utilizing these AI systems.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jonathan. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Jonathan. All right, that was very, very insightful. I hope you guys jotted something down, because I jotted something down mentally. All right, so I'm going to call on Miss Ochi. Hi, Oji.
Hi, good afternoon.
Okay, so based on what you do, I saw that you were a cybersecurity consultant. So I have this question. I have to ask this question. So most students that are preparing towards entering the AI industry, like for most students that are preparing towards going into the AI industry, what are the biggest security mistakes you see organizations making today, and how can the next generation of AI professionals avoid repeating that?
Good afternoon, Anchor University. Great anchorite. Great. Thank you for that question. So I'm a non-technical person. Jonathan said it's technical. I work in the GRC part, and basically what we usually do is we set policies, we set procedures, we ensure that organizations make the right decisions when it comes to security. So for students that are interested in going to the AI industry or want to be ready for this digital world, I would always say that it's important to understand what AI is. When we talk about AI, it sounds scary, or it sounds, something that's going to take over, our things, right? The important thing to know is AI gets data, it analyzes data, it improves the system from all the information that you put out there. I would always come from this point of view. It is very important that you are very conscious of the information you put out there. So before you go outside to the real world, this is also the real world, right? You should understand that every information, every data that you put out there, every interaction, every post, every comment that you put out there, this artificial intelligence is feeding on this. It is trying to improve its system on all of this. It is learning from all of this. So I would advise that before you go out, you should understand, the risk, as Jonathan explained, that comes with all of these things, right? It is beautiful. It helps you make your work easier. You're able to get your assignments, your research done easier. It helps, the health industry, the financial industry, it costs cost and also time. But it's important to understand that, there are certain things that come with using this if you don't use it the right way. So I would say that it's very important that you know how to use AI, you understand how it works, right, and you know how to use it. For example, somebody wants to maybe you work within the student union and there are certain sensitive information you have access to, right? And because you want to use maybe Claude or ChatGPT or any of those chatbots, you put in all of the information. You don't even anonymize or just, cut down some things, right? You use all of this information just like that. You just put in, maybe you write the VC's name, write the amount, the budget. You write sensitive stuff that should not go out there. All of these things, the AI would train on all of these informations, and we have had cases of breaches. I don't know if you wonder how certain breaches happen. You're like, this information is quite private. I didn't give this information to anybody, so how did you find it? people mistakenly or unintentionally like let this information go out. So as a GRC personnel, I would always advise you that before you use any artificial intelligence chat box, any application, don't forget that it's not just Claude, it's not just ChatGPT, your phone, right? Almost all the tools you use currently are integrated with AI, right? AI is not just the application, right? So once you are interfacing with any application, once you are doing anything online, I would always advise that you do it with consciousness. You are very conscious on what you do. You are conscious on the type of information you put out there about yourself. You're conscious on the comments that you put out there. You're conscious of everything that you do. And I believe that if you also understand how all of these platforms work, it helps you better prepare yourself on how to use them. Claude gives out information on each of the models that they release. Other artificial intelligence platforms, they also do this. So I think you are better prepared for the future, for the real world, quote and unquote, if you understand how this works and the risks it comes when you interface with them. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Jonathan. So yes, my next question. Over the years, I've noticed you've worked with different stakeholders. So now this directs me to this question. So how do you handle situations where stakeholders prioritize launching an AI system quickly before addressing the security concern? And what advice do you think you can give to students who might face this similar situation in their career?
Okay, that's a very multifaceted question. I think one important thing is that we should understand when we're talking about AI risk and when we're talking about development, because I work with also developers. When they build stuff, it's our work basically to try to break it. When you have software developers, software engineers, build applications and things like that, and we have these stakeholders that want to, basically deploy their systems fast. People want to move fast, agile systems, project management and things like that. But they call in the security guys, people like us, to come and assess the security risks of these systems and things like that. And it appears that these stakeholders do not necessarily understand what they have built in when you take in the security features that they have probably imputed into those applications. So one of the key things is there should be a baseline. So when we talk about baseline, what do I mean? So when you say, okay, before this application is deployed in the market, before this application is released in the market, what are the basic security things that has been implemented? What are the basic security features? When you talk about maybe encryption, is the data encrypted? Because data privacy is very important now in Nigeria. We have the NDPC, that has fined a lot of organizations for data misuse, data minimization. So you don't want to build an application that's collecting customer data, but you are not encrypting those data. So encryption is a form of security measure that implements. So those are like basic things that should be in any application. And if those baselines are not incorporated, the application basically cannot move forward. So we have to try to explain those things to the stakeholders and say, okay, in an instance where they still want to go ahead, there should be a form of acceptable risk. So what amount of risk of security risks in this perspective is acceptable to the organization? So that should be documented. So if maybe you are a software developer here, or you are a budding software developer or budding cybersecurity professional, when you work on projects, there should be like a baseline, and if those baselines have been implemented, if those baseline security features, maybe you have your firewalls, maybe you have your encryption, maybe you have your data privacy mechanisms that you have implemented, if those baseline security measures have been implemented in your application, then you can now ask your stakeholders to say, okay, is this an acceptable risk? If something should happen, is this something that you can stomach? If your application should get hacked, if your AI system should begin to malfunction, should begin to maybe divulge sensitive information that it shouldn't, is it a risk that you can accept? So maybe like reputational damage, maybe even financial loss. The CBN, the NDPC, the government regulations has a lot of fines for organizations that do not take security of their applications, of their projects seriously. So that is one way that you try to have stakeholders communicate, understand the acceptable risks from their systems. And when you do it that approach, a lot of people now step back because nobody wants to be the one that their signature is on an application that is deployed to the market that still has some risks in it. So that is one way where, from experience, I've been able to, communicate that, and then being able to, allow the clients, allow the organizations accept whatever risk. Because if we communicate and say, okay, your application has these vulnerabilities, your AI systems has these vulnerabilities, but you still want to go ahead, then you must be willing to accept those risks. So it's called an acceptable risk. So what is the threshold of risk that your organization can take? So that's one way that you can use that to communicate.
All right, thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Jonathan. So, I think, yes, when I was writing my final year project, I'm still writing it, but when I was writing it, I had to go over ResearchGate. And that was when I noticed Dr. Alibura has over 20 papers on ResearchGate. So now, this is directly my next question. So, during the course of my project, I had to read articles regarding the security risks, regarding the system I was building. So yes, I read about them mostly in papers. But yet, I noticed something. Real-world systems actually still suffer security problems. So why do you think there is such a gap between knowing what should be done and actually doing it?
Knowing what should be done and actually doing it. Okay, that's a very good question. Most of the time, in the academic setting, we say, oh, let's come up with this model. We come up with models, we come up with solutions. Okay, but now, the thing is, sometimes implementing it in organizations is a little bit different because, like I said earlier, there are all other things to consider. You look at the business, you look at a whole lot of things. Now, and one thing is that sometimes a lot of organizations don't actually consider security as part of the process. I think he mentioned something like that. They don't look at security that it should be part of when they are coming up with a new software. Let's say they are coming up with a software, a system that, okay, sometimes it's at the end of the development you start thinking of security. It shouldn't be at the end. It should be at the beginning. When normally if you remember your SDLC, you start with the gathering, requirement gathering, every other thing like that. So you should be considering security. How do I secure the components in this in the software we are coming up with, in the system that we are coming up with? So at each stage, because in the academic setting, most of the time what we do is we look at, we assume risk. Oh, okay, let us assume, what if this happens? What if this type of attacks happen? So we test and train based on that. But in the in the real world, somebody is crazy sitting down somewhere thinking about a crazy method that you are not even thinking about in the academic setting. So someone is out there thinking about, oh, these people are coming up with a new system. Let me look at how to let me look for a loophole in that system. So, as one thing, like I mentioned, in every point of your development or for an organization, you should always have the security that you are looking at. How do we secure this component? How do we? Okay, what happens when this is, because deployment, the normal thing is when you have the system, you deploy it, right? People are using it, and organizations are using it. So you are like, oh, okay. When we deploy it, who is going to use it? Who is going to have access to it? Like you mentioned something about, I think she was the one that mentioned something about data. I think both of them mentioned something about data being trained, and then when like now, for instance, you have an organization, they look at, oh, okay, let's include a chatbot, which is a very simple AI tool in our site. Now, because everybody is doing it, you are not considering, oh, what is the security risk in including an AI chatbot in this thing? Okay, so yes, it's about knowing what to do and not doing it, but also it's also about the information they have. Not everybody is aware of the fact that yes, security is a very important thing that we need to look into. Not all organizations, sometimes it's not even the priority. The priority is, let's just put this software out there. So, like when you were asking me, how do you now convince them that, oh, you need to actually consider security in this case, you need to consider how to secure the system. So it's at that point you now say, oh, we need to actually secure it because your organizational data is very important. The data you put out there is very important. Through the small chatbot that you feel you put in there, it can be a loophole for your organization. Okay, so it's all about at every point of your development, you must always consider security as a main key in every organization.
All right, thank you so much for that. I would love to hear your perspective regarding it. Dr. Lebru came from the perspective of an academic person, so I would love to hear your perspective regarding that question.
Okay, thank you very much. So as she said, most organizations don't consider security, at the inception of a deployment of anything. And the thing is, security should be by default, by design. Before you deploy any tool, any AI tool, any application, security should be first. And how do you enforce such things? Some organizations don't care. If nothing would happen, if there will be no consequences for the actions, they will just build the tool because, let's be very honest, to integrate security can be quite expensive. Imagine telling them to get tools, applications to ensure that, all the necessary applications are put in the right place. But that's why we are grateful for such, for regulatory bodies like the NDPA, the Nigerian Data Protection Act, or for standards like the ISO 27001. All these standards, before you can actually even have a business, right? You want to have good reputation. You want people to see you as very serious. So in the outside world, every organization wants people to see them as very serious. So because of that, they would have partnership with various type of persons, various type of organizations, and these organizations want to see that before they do business with you, you actually take security very serious. So they tend to subscribe to best standards like the ISO 27001, and all of these standards, the regulations, they ensure that you consider security even before you start this project, right? Because see, even people that have actually integrated security into the applications and tools, we still hear cases of breaches from big banks, big organizations. So imagine not integrating it at the inception. So I think, for the integration of standards and the regulation, that is one way we can try and enforce it outside. And that's what we do basically to ensure the organizations do it.
All right, thank you so much for that. So yes, please a round of applause for her. So yes, in the previous panel discussion, somebody raised a question, and it was supposed to be directed to this one. So the question she asked, I think she was coming from the medical side of it. She asked, what are the biggest security risks that could occur in integrating healthcare? And I would love to just throw this question to anyone of you could answer the question. But I'll prefer Mr. Jonathan, but anybody can actually answer the question.
Okay, so the question is, what are
the biggest security risks that could occur in the medical sector?
Okay, so there's a lot of risk actually, because AI systems on its own has a lot of risks. Now integrating AI with the health sector, so that is called digital health. We've seen cases in the industry, in the West, where a cyber attack caused the death of someone in the hospital. So that is very possible, right? Because, a lot of hospitals these days now rely on what is called maybe a EMS, a medical recording system that they use to record patients' data, diagnosis from doctors, test data from the lab. So it's a kind of let me give an example. It's just like your LMS that you use in university. Your LMS, I'm sure you have an LMS in the university, right? Or do we have an LMS in Anchor University where you watch, tutorials, courses, and things like that? So that's where the medical field, they also is like an aggregator of information, medical information. So imagine if this data fall into the wrong hands. That can be very catastrophic. So that's one of the biggest risks, like data exposure, data privacy issues. If these applications, if these medical recording systems are not well protected, they don't have, I mentioned about the security baselines, they don't have baselines to protect patients' data, exposure of those data can be very catastrophic. Now, that's even on one side. Now, let's go into the actual, side of it, which is the risks to human health, right? There have been, just like I mentioned, there have been cases where a lot of medical systems connect to the internet. So they are called IoT systems, Internet of Things. These systems, maybe we have seen, for example, this blood pressure. Blood pressure is an example of an IoT system because it's connecting technology to our health. So imagine maybe somebody is in an hospital and maybe they are placed on admission and they connect all these things that they plug on their body and they connect it to a monitor. And that monitor is connected maybe to a server or to an internet, and somebody breaks into that server and shuts down that system. And the person on the bed needs that system to be running 24/7 to keep them alive. For people who maybe are doing dialysis for some other chemotherapy or from other advanced medical ailments, that's what they use. So imagine that those systems are shut down and the person that is dependent on it actually need it to live. And maybe within split seconds, if they don't resuscitate that person, the person can die. So that's the more bigger risk. Like actually, systems, AI systems, integrations to digital health can actually be very dangerous. So the solution is actually still, implementing measures. So any organization that is going to maybe leverage artificial intelligence for their health solutions should ensure that data is very confidential. Nobody that does not have authorized access to those data should be able to access it. Then any systems, any devices, any of your IoT devices, any of your devices that you used to maybe check blood pressure, check the brain, check any of the body systems that connect to the internet are well protected. So in the technical part, there's what we call segmentation, network segmentation. So network segmentation is a way that you segment your network in a way that you cannot move from one network to the other. So for example, maybe we have this building. This building is a network. So because I'm in this building, I connect my laptop to maybe a network in this building. I cannot connect to the network in the VC room because this building has been segmented from the VC room or from the IT office. So that is what we call network segmentation. So when you implement those kind of measures, then there's more protection to your data. So that's more on a enterprise level. So bringing it down to maybe individual level. A lot of us use AI to diagnose ourselves, or we can go to the hospital and then I do it sometimes too. You just dump all our medical information into AI and say, okay, what is wrong with me? Tell me what is this problem with me? So in as much as AI has come to help us, we should try as much as possible to minimize the amount of data that we throw into AI, amount of medical information. So maybe you want to tell AI about your ailments. You can use like a third party and say, okay, someone that is this and this, or try to hide some of the information that you are giving the AI so that it's not able to tell a very accurate representation or give you a very accurate representation of your medical information. So that's very basic level. Let's ensure that the amount of health data that we put into AI is it's not that if somebody should see it. So have this framework at the back of your mind. If somebody should see what I'm putting into the AI, would I be embarrassed? So that's the question you should ask yourself. If somebody should see the information that I'm putting into this AI system, would I be embarrassed? So that can help you to know that, okay, maybe this is too much, or maybe let me phrase it in a different way that the AI or somebody that has access to it will not be able to know that it's coming from me. So I hope that answers that question.
All right, thank you so much.
I want to add to what he has said.
Okay, go ahead.
So what I want to add is, see, it's possible that you put in all of these measures, right? The tools to ensure that security is not breached. But if people are not aware on what to do, on how not to share information, on what to do when it comes to security, I promise you breaches are going to happen. A research found that over 80% of breaches are caused by humans. So just imagine they already have an AI trained team, a very technical team, they have all the tools, they've integrated all of these, and the doctors in the hospitals, the nurses, all the attendants do not know the right thing to do. Don't forget they interface with these tools. Some of them will be admins also. They will have admin access to these tools. So if they don't have enough awareness on security measures, on how they should share information, on what they should do, right, security-wise, it's possible that breaches still happen. It's possible that the medical system, the whole AI structured thing would still fall, right? So I think awareness is something that's very solid that every organization should integrate.
All right, thank you so much. A round of applause for our panelists.
All right, I will just come from the ethical aspect since they both talked about the security aspect. Talking about it ethically, integrating health AI and the health solutions together. A lot of times, in short, I can say a lot of my students currently are working on AI, CDS, clinical decision support systems. Now, we now have AI-based clinical decision support system, not designed for individuals, but designed for health organizations, right? And then we now say, okay, we put in, okay, what are your symptoms? We type in the symptoms. So, okay, does this person is based on the symptoms that this person has? You know, over time, your AI model has been trained to know what is what and make decisions, right? So now you're now saying, okay, based on these decisions that these symptoms that this person puts in here, probably there's a high percentage or a chance that this person has malaria, or a high chance that this person is actually sick. However, ethically, the medical professionals or practitioners are not to fully rely on the results that they get from these systems. That is the ethical part. You don't fully 100% rely on it. Fine, one day it might be correct, another day it might not be correct, right? So do not fully rely on it. If the system says, oh, this person is having still go ahead with your medical position and check to be sure. Do the test, run whatever you need to actually do. So, because at the end of the day, we keep saying it, AI is here to help you, not to take over. It's here to help, not to take over. So that's just the ethical part of it.
All right, thank you so much, Ma. Okay, so I'm just going to be taking just one question from the audience. Does anybody have, a question to ask our panelists today? Just signify by the raise of hand. All right, no hands. Okay, that's all right. Please, the media team, please, let the DVC go first. Thank you.
Thank you. My question relating to cybersecurity has to do with the need for regulation. I hold the view that social media should be regulated. Now, actually, the people are generally divided. Those who support freedom of information and all of that, they believe that, look, allow every information to fly around, that human beings are rational beings and they can choose between what is right and wrong. So leave it. But from my experience, I don't think people are that rational to be able to decide appropriately. So I actually hold the view that we need regulations. Now, and I want to go from the perspective of how social media have contributed to national insecurity. Now, when you think of the issue of kidnapping and the banditry, when people are kidnapped, the kidnappers take their pictures of the victims, how they are being tortured and beaten and all of that. They post it on the social media, and then of course there will be agitations in the society. That is to put pressure on the government and all of that, while they keep negotiating that, please rescue our people, and they will be making demands that this is how much in the society. And so now, it's like they are selling, it's like social media is contributing to stoking, insecurity, because the more people see those content online, the more they put pressure, they keep sharing, and those things go viral, and the government is under pressure, and people don't care. If you want to negotiate with terrorists, just rescue our people. Now, I believe that if the kidnappers don't have access to the social media, for example, it will reduce the pressure, and the level of negotiation and what they demand might actually go down. I just use that as an example. Now, so basically my question is, what security framework can be used, to be able to gauge some of these things? I do know that for normal social media, Facebook and all of that, they have their own AI mechanism where the certain thing can be pulled down. But then sometimes, so until somebody makes a report, nothing will happen. But is it not possible to deploy some of these regulatory tools to maybe the DSS, the police, where they can actually attack those things even before? Because even before Facebook will put something down, before somebody will make a report, the thing has already gone viral. So from you who are experts, because I'm very conscious of that, because I do research in media, and I know the extent to which these, have affected a whole lot of things. So I'm not limiting it to just security alone, to many other things. Young people generally, how they affect those of them who go into pornography, who go into all this bet Naija stuff, betting, online betting, and all of that. So thank you.
Security frameworks and regulating social media. Yeah, a lot of us, we actually have that opinion that, okay, yeah, we need to actually regulate what is going on, posting and all that. But one thing is that human beings, especially young ones, we always find a way to bypass and to sabotage whatever. Like for instance, now I think of recent I was listening to the news and I saw that a particular country tagged the use of social media. I think at the age of 16. I think that UK, yes, right. So UK and then at some other countries, they tag the use of social media. Now, I would say if we bringing that kind of setting to Nigeria, because sincerely speaking, I would say it's actually quite needed. Bringing that setting to Nigeria. Now, there are a lot of policies to play in it. Now, but our leaders, the question is how ready are they to actually, because there's one thing about, the funny thing is that sometimes we actually even have these policies on ground, but implementation becomes a big problem. Now, I remember, I think one way if we look at this, the use of social media, if we want to actually bring it to say, okay, at this particular age, let's not have let's say people from 16 and below, they shouldn't be able to post anything on social media. Now, that would entail, okay, how do we know that this person is actually 16? Because if you just put it there, put your age, somebody that is 12 can see I'm 18, right? But there could be a measure, maybe like, there's this thing that makes NIN, yes, NIN, that we can say, okay, with your NIN we can actually ascertain, but still we still have people, because I remember I saw a post, was it not yesterday, of someone that was saying, oh, they were, because of admission, this is just admission, because of admission they changed the actual birth date just for them to be able to get, the child is not up to the admissible age of 16, and they are able to change it. So having the policies is actually there. Implementing the policy is another thing. And the people, just like you said, sir, when we think people are rational, I can assure you, sir, people are irrational. Human beings, I believe it's their nature. I believe it's the human nature, because I keep saying it's the human nature. The human nature is really irrational. When we think, oh, now, in the case of the kidnappers, that when they post, the number of views that you see is alarming. People viewing, and then you are not just viewing, you are sharing. You are sharing, and as you share, you are also like people, and then also posting it on your page. Why? Because most of the time the monetary part that comes with it, the number of views. And then there's one thing I've actually noticed: fast news, bad news is good news. that is what actually brings in the cash. Bad news is what comes in. So I saw there was a video I saw of this kidnappers displaying, or should I say showcasing, the money that they actually got from their escapades and all that. Now, if we had a reliable government, or should I say reliable security system, this person literally exposed himself, right? He is there. But the thing is, how reliable are our government systems? Very unreliable, because they are mostly thinking of what will they gain. Their gain is what. So it's just it's a ball game of, should I say, it's a dice between the government, the people, and what should actually be done, which are both sides. Now, one thing just to round up, I'm sorry for taking up your time. I was talking to someone when I traveled with recent. So when I came back, I was talking to someone. I said, I don't know when we will get there, because we have a long way to go as a nation. Human beings, when they go out there, they follow rules and regulation. But because we have a lawless organization, I will call Nigeria an organization, because I have a lawless country and lawless organization, consequences, there is no, should I call it, there is no consequence for an action. Somebody there, so we keep doing what we want to do. Now, these people that, I think this morning I saw that they arrested, maybe they said 8, and then I saw, remember there was a time they said they killed one of those Boko Haram people, or one of those, and the guy came and said, I am here, oh, I'm still alive. I don't know if you remember that. So, but the people that should actually implement this, because a lot of times you see them there, let's implement this policy, let's come up with this policy, but the implementation is part of the problem. I think I will just stop here for now, sir.
All right. Please appreciate Dr. Aleburu again.
I think actually has covered most of it. So I'm just going to be speaking from, I think, in terms of when we say regulation. So there are some regulations already in Nigeria. Just like HOD also mentioned, their implementation. So there's something called the Nigerian Cybercrime Act, right, that addresses some of this, a large percentage of these issues. Although we can talk about the misuse also. I mean, security agencies misusing that crime to harass citizens and all of that. But things like this are what those kind of acts, those kind of law, the Cybercrime Act, can also address. I mean, in the Cybercrime Act, you are not allowed to, or it's illegal to even try to access somebody's system without their permission. I mean, even as far as WhatsApp group admins can also be held liable under the Cybercrime Act. A lot of people don't know this. And what we see is actual implementation in terms of how we use those policies, those laws, to actually do good to the citizens. In the case of kidnappings, in the case of banditry, in the case of even false news. So there's also the NDPC, which data privacy law. Right, I think recently a top senator took Meta to Nigerian court under the NDPC law, and he won. So although, because, and the case was around things about somebody published a false information about that senator on Meta platform, on Facebook. So the senator took Facebook to court, to a Nigerian court, to say, okay, this person is using your platform to spread misinformation about me, about my person, about things like that. And under the Nigerian data privacy law, the court even awarded that senator against Meta. So we have some policies like that. When we now talk about the actual implementation, I think a lot needs to be done in that regard.
All right, thank you so much, sir. So the last person is going to speak.
Okay, just to talk about the Nigerian Data Protection Act, I would say the Commission is trying currently. I believe if you ask the average Nigerian, do they know anything about the Nigerian Data Protection Act? You'll be surprised. They know nothing about their rights. So that one is also there. There's this knowledge gap, between Nigerians not knowing. Like if you ask them, if you have access to an application or any technology tool, and they're sending you marketing tips, and you didn't consent to all of these things, do you know you can go to the organization or write to them and tell them to stop processing your data? I've had to ask this question to many persons, and they're like, I didn't know I had such rights, right? So I feel like that knowledge gap is there. And about the regulation about social media, I think it's quite arguable, right? Because certain persons have come online to talk about, should I say, discriminations or injustice thing being done to them. And it was published due to the fact that they had access to social media. So if there are certain regulations to stop people from freely speaking, I feel like some persons would not have access to it. So the only thing I know that can be done is, and I know some applications currently, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, have such features where you don't make hateful speech, and you don't there are some pictures or videos that are very explicit that you can't post, or they have measures where they screen them out. But the part about, you know, stating explicitly that, you know, certain persons shouldn't have access to the internet or post certain things, I don't know how far we're going to come with that. It can just be measures that will be put in place to reduce the type of information you put out there. But implementation is still the problem we have in Nigeria. But I believe that we're making progress, especially with the Nigerian Data Protection Act. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dan. Please let us appreciate the panelists once again. All right, so we've come to the end of this panel discussion. Please, media, please, I would love to take a photograph with these speakers, please.
Thank you so much for that wonderful panel session. I'm sure we learned a lot about data privacy. I personally do not know that if somebody is looking at my WhatsApp, the person is committing an offense. I mean, so we would go on to the awards session, giving of awards. I would like to call on the Deputy Vice Chancellor to come and present the awards today. All right. So we're calling Jonathan Ayodele to please come forward.
Well, just focus on the presentation and ignore the heights. So, on behalf of Anchor University and the Institute of Digital Humanities, I want to say thank you to Mr. Jonathan Ayodele for your invaluable contribution as a guest speaker at the 2026 Anchor University AI Summit. Your insights inspired minds reached our community with sincere gratitude.
Our land where there's hope for us all. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there.
You know, when they were reading the profile of Dr. Adeburu in the picture with flags, I thought it's another Nigerian president seated in that picture. So, Dr. Adeburu, thank you for your invaluable contribution as a guest speaker at the 2026 Anchor University AI Summit. Your insights inspired minds and enriched our community with sincere gratitude.
Thank you very much, sir. So we'll be having a short presentation from Ms. Oji. Please, can we give her a round of applause?
Great anchorite. Are you guys tired? Great anchorite. I'm so excited to be here today. My name is Ojonio Oji. I'm a cybersecurity consultant from InfoAssure Limited. And it's a cybersecurity firm, and we offer various services, trainings, SOC services, GRC implementations of standard. And basically, we have told you all about data security and data privacy, on how you should ensure that you know how to protect your data, on how you should have enough awareness, because we're in a digital space and you're going outside soon to the real world. Let me use that again. And it's very important that you know how to stay safe. Also, we offer trainings. We have cybersecurity trainings for beginners, for people that are already, should I say professionals. So if you want to see us, if you want to know more about some cybersecurity pathways, if you're interested in cybersecurity, you can meet us. You don't have to have studied computer science. You don't need the technical knowledge, right? You can start from somewhere, and we're waiting for you if you need to, ask us some questions about cybersecurity. But before I go, at InfoAssure, we are here, we're in Nigeria, Africa, and the world to ensure that everyone stays ahead and we create impact. So when I say cybersecurity, you say stay ahead and create impact. Is that good? Can we go? Doctors, can you help us? I want to capture this. Sorry, I need to take your consent. So we want to take say I'm taking your consent, security consent. So I want to take your consent before we do that. Okay. So I'm going to say cybersecurity, and you say stay ahead, create impact. Can we go? Cybersecurity! Cybersecurity! Thank you very much.
What a monumental day it has been. Please, let's give ourselves a round of applause. You've stayed so long till this moment. Please give yourself a round of applause. Appreciate yourself. We have stretched our minds, right? We've talked about AI, right? And we've engaged our communities. We've asked questions. And we've looked directly into the eyes of tomorrow. But then it's very important for us to note that every single thing that we've gotten from this summit, you should make sure you implement them. If you're going to implement what you've learned today, please put up your hands. If you know you will implement what you've learned today, put up your hands. All right, I'm so glad that we are doing that. So to deliver the final vote of thanks, and somebody did not want us to end the summit. Somebody said, we should keep going. To deliver the final vote of thanks and official closing remarks, please welcome to stage Miss Elizabeth Togbonu. Please, let's give her a round of applause.
Great anchorites in the house. Great anchorites in the house. I really want you to first of all appreciate yourself for staying this long. To those that came early, to those that came late, appreciate yourself. Distinguished guest speakers, members of the high seats, my brilliant and fellow anchorites in the house, I say good evening. As the chairperson for the Committee of Students Association, Anchor University, Lagos, it is a great honor to deliver the closing remark for this landmark AI Summit. Today, we have listened to an insights that challenge our thinking and also spark our creativity. It has shown us a future that is no longer distant, but here with us. Today, I personally have learned that technology is not just a tool of the future, but it is a fabric of a present. So all that I have acquired today, it is left for you and I to know how to go about it. It is left for you and I to make use of it in our society. It is left for you and I to stop giving excuses why we shouldn't be out there, why we shouldn't place ourselves out there for the world to see. But the thing is that this program didn't just happen by chance. And that is why I want to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you to the university management, starting from our Vice Chancellor, Professor Samuel Bandele, to the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Olushola Oyero, our registrar who was present but left, Mr. Moses Salami, the Dean of Faculty of FBAMS, Dr. Eugene Mukoro, and the Dean of Student Affairs, Dr. Emmanuel Joe. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being here. So our guest speakers who have inspired us, and make us think beyond the four corners of our walls, we say a very big thank you. To our convener, in person of Dr. Abiodun Mustafa. Woo! Thank you. Thank you so much for this innovation. This is, I think for me, the best I have seen in Anchor University. I don't know if I'm the only one that actually at a point looked down on digital humanities class, but with this, I am eager to attend more classes on DHS. Am I right? And I know, all right. And I am so sure that all this was not just him alone. So I want to say a very big thank you to the organizers, to the planning committees, to the student leaders who are taking out their time effortlessly to bring this to a resounding success. Thank you so much for your tireless efforts. We really appreciate it. And finally, to the ones who make Anchor University what she is today. Imagine an institution like this with just the chancellor, the vice chancellor, the deputy vice chancellor, the registrar, the staffs, the lecturers, the hygienists, and no students. How would this institution be like? In one word, you and I are what makes Anchor University Lagos what she is today. I want to say thank you for being here, for taking out your time. Even when exams are closed, you have decided to bring this Saturday to a good use. For taking your time to listen. It will show your hunger for knowledge and creativity. And now this is my word to you. Take this as you live. We must not just adapt to innovation, but please, we must drive it, fly with it, walk with it, run with it. Let there be a difference between you being here and those who refuse to come and tap from this source of knowledge. As we live here today, let us carry the knowledge gained there into our respective field, our lecture rooms, and our society. Let's remain innovative, forward-thinking, and ready to lead. On this note, I, Togbonu Elizabeth Maulinami, the chairperson for the Committee of Students Association Anchor University Lagos, declare Anchor University Lagos AI Summit closed. Can we all rise up to pray? Let's rise to our feet to pray. Our righteous Father, and then we say thank you. Thank you for the success of this program. Thank you for the grace to be present. Thank you for the knowledge to have hosted this program. Lord, be thou glorified in Jesus' name. Father, we've heard and we've listened, and with the desire that burn in our hearts, we ask for the grace to carry out all that we need to put ourselves out there in the world in Jesus' name. Lord, we ask that this not be the last of it, but there will be more to come, and we'll be present to participate and partake in other summits to take place in Jesus' name. Thank you, Jesus, for being faithful. For in Jesus' mighty name we've prayed.
Thank you very much, Miss Elizabeth. Please, let's have our seats. We've come to the end of the program already. But then I would like the hosts to reintroduce themselves. So standing before you is Eunice Eze. And as I introduced myself earlier, I said I like to be called what? The architect of legacy, because I believe that with your own hands you create what would last for you for 100 years to come. So I still remain Eunice Eze, and standing with me is
I still remain your wonderful co-host, Ayodele Joy. Thank you very much. But before we leave, I just want to quickly make an announcement that, like Elizabeth, right, said, I'm sure most of you, some of you are actually very, very enthused to start attending DHS classes. So I just want to reiterate our programs that we have at the Institute of Digital Humanities and Technologies, Anchor University, Lagos. Presently, we are running a data analysis program. We've done the first cohort, and I'm very sure those that attended the first cohort, they actually learned a lot. And it's not just theory knowledge, it's practical, hands-on use of data analytics tools and all. So we're having our second cohort, which is going to be starting August 3rd to the 14th of August 2026. And it's just, comes with a token, just a token, it's a token. I mean, Anchor students, you guys are, I mean, no, we said no, no. So it actually just comes with a token. If you want to register for the program, you can actually stop by at the Institute's building any of the days within the week, from Mondays to Friday. If you want more information, apart from that, we're also running other international certification programs like project management from the PMI, that's the Project Management Institute. We also have from Microsoft, we have from Adobe Incorporation and others. So if you want more information on these certification exams, you can stop by at the Institute and register. Not just getting information, register. We are innovators. We want to put ourselves, make ourselves better than we have. So these certifications can actually help you do that. So thank you very much. I'll actually be expecting you at the Institute. Who am I going to see very soon? But so thank you very much. Thank you very much. And
as we've come to a close of this great event, please, I want you to network. Those of you that have been sitting throughout the event, this is the end. Reach out to somebody. I collected a business card today. I don't know about you. So reach out to somebody, maybe any of the speakers that are still around, collect their contact, tell them your issue, ask questions. And also, I'll be inviting on stage Oladipo Mercy, as she just presents a short music as we take our leave, and those that still want to network can go on with their networking. Thank you very much. Have a blessed day ahead.
Welcome to Anchor University, Institute of Digital Humanities and Technologies, where digital skills meet endless opportunities. At Anchor University, Institute of Digital Humanities and Technologies, you would like to take the next step in your academic and professional journey with globally recognized certification courses. At Anchor University Institute of Digital Humanities and Technologies, we offer international certification programs.
We are the nation, we are part of it. Yes, we are so amazing. That's the least we shall be. At the heart of the nation, changing history.
We offer courses in Microsoft, Adobe, email bookkeeping, project management, and Microsoft
when we have nowhere else to run,
we are looking forward very soon to set up our center as a professional exam taking center where you can take your exams for SAT, for GRE, for TOEFL, for IELTS, for PCB, Oracle, Cisco, and all professional examinations. Please come up with us and join us on this journey of professionalism.
Carry the song, carry the sound. The future is here. The future is here. Goodbye yesterday, tomorrow is now for a taking. The future is here. The future is here. You're the future. We are the dream. We are the nation. We are part of it. Yes, we are so
Welcome to
amazing.
Anchor University,
That's
Institute
the
of
least we
Digital
shall.
Humanities and Technology.
At the heart of the nation, changing
endless
history.
opportunities.
How can they say that we are finished? We have just begun. When we have nowhere else to run to, we have nowhere else to go. So get out of the way of the land of our
Professional journey to globally recognized.
We are the nations, we are part of them. So get out of the way of the land of our dreams. We are the nations, we are part of them. Carry the song, carry the sound. The future is
Also pursuing
the
Microsoft,
future is
Adobe, email bookkeeping, project management, and Microsoft computer networking. We are looking forward very soon to set up our center as a professional exam taking center where you can take your exams for SAT, for GRE, for TOEFL, for IELTS, for PCB, Oracle, Cisco, and all professional examinations. Please come up with us and join us on this journey of professionalism.
You can contact us via the links showing on the screen.
Welcome to Anchor University, Institute of Digital Humanities and Technologies, where digital skills meet endless opportunities. At Anchor University, Institute of Digital Humanities and Technologies, you would like to take the next step in your academic and professional journey with globally recognized certification courses.
At Anchor University Institute of Digital Humanities and Technologies, we offer international recognized certification examinations like SAT, GRE, GMAT, TOEFL, and so on. Right here at this institute, we have seasoned professionals to take you on this journey.
Taking center where you can take your exams for SAT, for GRE, for TOEFL, for IELTS, for PCB, Oracle, Cisco, and all professional examinations. Please come up with us and join us on this journey of professionalism.
You can contact us via the links showing on the screen.
Welcome to Anchor University, Institute of Digital Humanities and Technologies, where digital skills meet endless opportunities. At Anchor University, Institute of Digital Humanities and Technologies.